The Sabres' full 84-game schedule was released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, Paul Hamilton has a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup comes to a close this weekend, first with the third-place match tomorrow at 5 o'clock between England and France. Then on Sunday, it's the final between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway as the Seahawks rookies have officially reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is on track to be on the field Week 1. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for the 2026 season, and running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints on a reworked deal. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break. The Red Sox, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Did you see the soft serve chocolate ice cream cone in a toilet one that they have around?
I have not
I'll have to show you that one.
Cannot be real.
What? No, it's real.
That Joe's off today. Off to the weekend. I got Owen Parker, Joe Cali here hanging out on a Friday with you as well. And loaded up for, well, what we hope is a good show. You never know. We'll try. They're not all good. There's a lot of them. We'll try today. Fellas, good morning. Who's ready for the weekend?
Good morning. I'm ready.
We're excited.
We were talking before the show. It's here. It needs to be here.
It needs to be here.
Yeah?
We're ready for it.
The vibe is that we need the weekend?
Yeah. This is a long sports week, I think, for the most part. I mean, World Cup has helped.
Yeah.
That's been big for us, but it's dire right now.
Joe's not here for a World Cup of Joe, and we finished out that game. There is a potential new international game to play. Maybe we should do this. We'll wait until he's back on Monday. Roger Goodell said there are about 10 more countries he has in mind for NFL games.
Oh.
You know what that means?
Draft.
We're going to draft those countries.
Draft the countries.
Let's draft those countries.
Yes.
10 more countries for games, including Japan. And think of our knowledge of all the countries right now after going through the World Cup of Joe. And, does anyone want Cabo Verde? Let's do it for the vibes. Play a game in Cabo Verde.
Bring up the goalkeeper that got like 1 million Instagram followers.
Sure. Let him lead the charge for the Bills out in Cabo Verde or whatever. So that's going on. That's out there. Coming up today at 7 o'clock, we're going to talk with Pete Gwelly of the Buffalo Bills and Sabres and, get some news in on the Sabres who announced their schedule and the Bills who have a preseason game coming up and the blue and red and an open practice and training camp. So President of Business Operations of the Bills and Sabres, Key Bank Center, the Bandits, and Amherst as well. Pete Gwelly joins us at 7 o'clock this morning. At 8 o'clock, we'll talk with Carl Jones, Channel 4, just talk a little football, head you to the weekend talking football. And at 7:30, we mix in the World Cup final preview with our buddy Nick Mandola, who has been covering the tournament and is going to the final between Spain and Argentina to cover it for NBC Soccer. So Nick will be covering that event for NBC Soccer, joining us for a preview today, and then on Monday, I'm sure we'll recap it. So that's what's on the docket for today in terms of our guests. If you want to chime in at any point, you can at 803-0550. One thing I wanted to get to on the Bills to start off. So yesterday we went through safeties, Jeremy Fowler's series of the top 10 at every position and how all these teams landed. Like, all right, how many top 10 players did you get? And the Bills got 2. All right, well, how many does another team get? How many do these, Team X, Team Y, Team, what are they getting? What's their number? And when you compare them, there's a gap. And I guess the thing I wanted to get to today was, what about this year's team will be different? Why will it be different this time? Because for the most part, they changed coach. We know they changed coach and coordinators, but it's Josh Allen and good players. But on these lists of top 10 players, the Bills still are lacking. 2 in the top 10. By comparison, here's a list of teams that do not have Josh Allen, but do have a number of top 10 players. The Lions have 9 players that made the top 10, according to executives and coaches and scouts. The Bills didn't have 9 players named. The Lions have 9 top 10. The Eagles have 8. The Chiefs have 7. The Texans have 6. The Broncos have 5. The Ravens, Cowboys, Niners, Rams, they all have 5 in the top 10 of their respective position. That's quarterback, running back, tackles, interior line, defensive end, all the positions that Jeremy Fowler does. I feel like this Jeremy Fowler, this series, this piece has, for me, kind of overtaken the NFL's top 100 because Fowler's methodology seems to be better. He's asking executives and scouts and coaches, getting quotes, and kind of lining them up. Whereas in the NFL top 100, the players are asked to write players down, and every year it kind of looks a little goofy, and maybe we shouldn't trust it too much. A bit of a popularity contest. So here are these other contending teams with more top 10 players than the Bills have players even mentioned for honorable mention or others receiving votes. And I don't think that's any sort of, death sentence for the Bills. It kind of has been the life they've lived for the last couple of seasons, right? If you go back 3-4 years, maybe they would get 4 guys in the top 10 of their respective position. Maybe, prime Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, they all make it. Maybe prime Matt Milano makes it. Maybe, a couple more here or there. Diggs, of course, would have made it when he's on the team. And now it's just down to Allen and Cook. The tackles are mentioned. Ed Oliver gets mentioned. And Connor McGovern's the other that gets a mention. From there, you're just not seeing a lot of guys that are top 10 at their position. So what will be different this time? And I guess the other question is, how different does it have to be? Because the Bills are, of course, kind of, in addition to tweaking the roster and adding the players we know they've added, the higher profile players they've added in free agency and the draft class, the Bills are going through, obviously, a big change at coach, at head coach, at coordinator, and I feel like I am putting my eggs in the basket of that will be different, more so than I am that the players' side of it will be different. And, those two things, of course, can go hand in hand, where better coaching is going to get better players or better results. Perhaps Jim Leonard's defense all of a sudden springs Cole Bishop into a stratosphere where he's going to make this list. He's going to start making these lists. But if you go just on how many guys made the top 10 at their respective positions, it's, again, 2 for the Bills. So Bobby, a listener to this station, he went ahead and took all the rankings and plugged them in and made it a league-wide ranking system where you get 2 points for a top 10, 1 point for an honorable mention. All right, how do the Bills stack up there? And the answer is they stack up in the 20s in terms of roster talent when evaluating it in that way. At the top, it's kind of thin. Maybe in the middle, you feel pretty good about it, or in the depth of the roster, you feel pretty good about it. But at the top, it remains kind of thin. So as I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the offseason, the same thing I did the offseason before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, honorable mentions that have a shot at this. But who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish. Certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is. Maybe a little more attention. Maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential, and we all also agree and say, well, if. and that's Kincaid. Like, Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been like 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. And this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. Holy cow, I can't believe the Bills could have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, like, since then, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign. I know that any injury conversation, it's always going to be about like the if, and nothing disproves injury-prone until the player plays a full season, right? Like, we all know this in fantasy football, too. You draft the guy that's injured, you're taking a risk. By the end of it, he plays a full season like you look smart. And for Kincaid, this nagging, lingering knee injury that's just been bothering him for year after year. Last year at minicamp, we're watching the size of his knee brace. And look at the size of his legs. Like, is he ready? Is he good? So I know there's uncertainty there, but he, to me, still looks like the best chance to get them a guy in the top 10. I think it's Kincaid. If you want to give me another name, I'm happy to hear it at 803-0550. I think Kincaid's their best chance to get into the top 10. And if he does, if he ever becomes the thing they said he was going to be, the matchup nightmare, which maybe he is, he's just not getting the matchups as much as we need him to, as much as the Bills need him to, then, well, if that ever happens, maybe they just pop off. All this talk about, Mahomes with Kelsey for all these years, can the Bills have a guy that is, I'm not asking him to be Kelsey, right? I'm asking for top 10 in the league, not top 10 of all time. Then could they have a cheat code? Like, could they have the thing he was drafted to be? Because it does seem like the draft pick of Kincaid, I've long been on this point, has been the spot where the offense kind of took a right turn, and it's been good the whole time. But since then, we've fought about the offense. And I don't know that we ever did before in the same way. Maybe we did, if you think they didn't run the ball enough, maybe. But Kincaid's health, key, of course. And for me, the most likely pathway to get another player into an NFL top 10, that they have 2, and teams like the Rams have 5, and the Lions have 9, is a pretty big drop-off. You've got Josh Allen and one other top 10 guy, and these teams out there are out here rolling out 8 other top 10 guys in addition to their quarterback. Well, that's maybe just the Lions. 803-0550. The Eagles have 8 top 10 guys, and the quarterback's not one of them. It's a lot of top 10s. It's a lot of elite players. And if you don't have those, of course, like, your coaching is going to have to overcome that. Can the Bills do that as well? So there's the choices for you to join and give me a call today, 803-0550. No Joe. What will make things different this year? Why is this year going to be different? And do you have a name you think will make the top 10, or is their best shot to make the top 10? Ned in Amherst leads us off. Ned, good morning.
Morning. I was just kind of wondering how you think – well, I think Brandon Beane would respond to this take and be like, well, it only matters how we play as a team. And I think the eye test of the past couple of years, when we need a play on defense and there's no star there to make it, really rebuts that. But I don't just want to rely on the eye test. So I'm wondering, what is your response to that? And I'm on your side, but what is your response to Brandon Beane or anyone else saying, these rankings, don't matter too much. What matters is how we do as a team. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, thanks, Ned. That's a fair point. I mean, of course, like how they play as a team is ultimately the most important piece. How I would respond is that they were in on, to whatever degree you want to believe they were in on, aren't they in on all these great players? I mean, Bean openly as much as he could without tampering said he would love to have Myles Garrett. Like, if the Bills could have made the trade for Garrett, they probably would have. I don't even know if they knew that he was available on the way that he was. Maybe a lot of the teams in the league didn't know he was actually available. They called 100 times. Like, I know the Bills called on Myles Garrett. Every time they were turned away. Eventually, he did get moved. This isn't me saying they should have made that move. Maybe they couldn't have because they didn't have the piece that went back to Cleveland in Jared Verse. But I tend to think that this is the case. Like, you're about to hear this with, if I could make a Sabres comparison, you're about to hear this with the goalies, right? Yeah. We love the guys we've got. Yes, that's right. You did try to get somebody else. So for Bean, I mean, he's put together a decent roster, a good roster, a great quarterback, a great offensive line, a great run game, some solid weapons. Maybe you want more there. But I think the response is always that give the team general manager the opportunity to take out one player and add in the third best player at that position, and every GM in the league would do it 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, no doubt. You can't, as a team builder, that's your whole goal, is to assemble the best pieces you can that will still function team-wise, like the caller mentioned. Like, there's no way that you're not interested in upgrading in any of those points. And as you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL was tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, T.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
Yeah, and is it Davis and Igbinosin? Is it just pick a guy that is all of a sudden just going to turn into something because the league got it wrong a little bit? That's not unusual. I'm looking at some of these other teams in their top 10s, and they're not all, top picks. It's not all Myles Garrett's and Will Anderson's. Max Crosby is a guy that showed up and became a great player despite being a middle-round draft pick. So there are definitely roads to get there. To this point, Deion Dawkins was on NFL Network, and there's a good quote from him here about their expectations this season. Deion was asked about his expectations for Josh, and here's how he answered it. I don't add any extra pressure to that kid that he already has. Josh understands what he's doing. He understands what the mindset is and what we all expect. Just like we know what Josh expects from us as well to help him get there. When it comes down to it, Josh is Josh. He's going to be Josh. He's number one for a reason. I don't think we need any expectations more than we already have. Then he goes on to say, on the supporting cast, it seems like we need all the pieces around him to continue to get better to help him get over that hump. Because if Josh is number one, he's at his best. If I'm not top 10 or I'm not number one, that means I'm not at my best, which means I have to do better. Dawson, Dalton, Joe Brady, Cook, everybody has to do better. We're all going to be that and do that so we can get over that hump and we can be exactly what we want to be and stop talking about it, right? I'm ready for it. It's time. Pretty strong answer from Dawkins. Every single – he's naming names. We have to be better. And the general thought is the same way we kind of think about it, which is you have to be better for that guy.
Right. And that's the attitude we've all sort of had about the whole thing, whether you're talking about the team or the GM or the coach. It's like, get yourself to a place where you can help this kid, because this guy is great and he's everything you could ever need, and all you need to do is get him there. And so I think that sort of attitude being reflected in the locker room is significant. That means that these guys know. Like, there's nobody in that room that's mistaken and thinks like, well, I don't know, are we really? Is he really that good? Is any of this really going to work? That which I don't think we ever had a doubt about. But it's good to hear a guy go, listen, we have to do this. We have to.
Yeah.
And they know that, and that's why he talks about I don't need to add pressure, because they all feel it. There's as much as there could ever be on this team, and so Dion coming out and saying like, listen, we know we've got the key. We just need to get the key to the door and like, let's go. That to me is refreshing, I think. I don't know that that's something we have heard necessarily that sort of harshly in the past.
I wonder how many years Dion thinks he has to do it, too.
Right.
Because there are plenty that speculate that this might be the last one he has to do it here. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but it is in the range of outcomes, that this is his last season and they move on. He also tweeted he's playing at his lowest weight ever.
Yep.
Like, the weight loss thing was a story, and we kind of occasionally would talk about it like, oh, he's posting pictures of salads and this and that, and he's going to play at his lowest weight ever. And I saw, like, we're at peak. We're at watching video of guys working out season.
Yeah.
Whether that's watching Keon Coleman run routes or I watched Dion box. He was boxing.
He was. Him and Le'Veon Bell going to go at it at some point.
He looked good. I thought he looked good. He looked fast.
He's an athlete, man.
I would not mess with him.
No, that's a big dude.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Billy and Brockport. Billy, good morning.
Oh, hey, Jeremy. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, well, thanks for calling.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm going up to Buffalo tomorrow for Mafia Con. Are any of you guys going?
I don't know. I talked to Dell about it. Anytime anybody asks me, hey, do you think you'll make it to this? I say, I have to check our calendar and talk to my wife and our kids. And, like, everybody's got a million things going on. I hope to swing by Mafia Con for a little bit, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ironically, my wife's making me go. That the thigh doctor is going to be there, and she wanted me to learn the dance.
If that's the case, I got to meet. I got to meet the thigh doctor. Is the thigh doctor there in costume? Because I feel like the persona has to be maintained. You know.
I'm sure he'll wear something special. So, anyways, the defense is what I'm a little concerned about going into the season, and it's not just the switch to the 3-4. It's the and Leonard taking over. The offense, going back to the offense, I think they're going to be more of the same. But we're looking for the change on the defense. Now, there's change in scheme, but the team's also dealing with so many guys coming off the injuries. It's Ed Alver, it's Bernard, Landon Jackson, Dwayne Carter, and Hoyt are all coming off of kind of big boy injuries. So wondering if you think, A, they'll be able to get it together, and B, if you think they'll actually hold up this year.
Yeah. It's a great question, Billy. I am a little bit skeptical on the defense only because of like what you said there about injuries. That's one thing. The other part of that is just simply the transition. And talking about this with Joe Marino, Joe Marino, the Lockdown Bills podcast, who we talked to during the season quite a bit. I talked to on the Bill Squad show weekly. He's very much of the belief that like Davison Igbinosun is about to take Max Hairston's job because he's a better fit for the defense. And whether or not that plays out or is true or Hairston can be the right fit or they can figure out ways to work everybody, to me that's a little bit of a canary in a coal mine for changes to the defense overall. They just drafted a draft class last year and 2 years ago with Dwayne Carter and Landon Jackson, who you referenced there too. And both those guys are completely changing their bodies to change their game to fit this defense. So I think back to Jim Leonard saying the vision for what I have, it might not be there in year one. I think that was just Leonard being honest about, what he wants to build. If he wants to build his perfect monster of a defense, can you take a different defense and change it in just one offseason? Probably not. So he'll do the best he can with what he's got. And maybe next year we see a couple different changes because he needs this kind of guy and this kind of guy. And that's another thing once we get to training camp, it'll be worth watching. Leonard also said that they're throwing everything at the players to see what they can do and what they can handle. And then once they get to the regular season, they'll have they'll pick from the menu, I guess. It's like, here's everything for all the players. Who gives us what? All right, now time to, put it all together and put a game plan in for it. So the defense, I think, can be good. I'm not totally convinced it will be better. And again, if it's better, great. But it has to be better in a high-leverage playoff moment against Joe Burrow. And that test is tougher. I just picked Burrow. That could be anybody. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Give me a call on what will be different and who's going to get into a top 10 spot. Because the Bills only have 2 guys. Who's the next to get into an NFL top 10 according to league execs at their respective position? Give us a ring on that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Pete Gwelly at 7, Nick Mendola 7:30, Carl Jones coming up at 8 here on WGR. Jeremy. So yesterday we went through safeties. Jeremy Fowler's series of the top 10 at every position and how all these teams landed. Like, all right, how many top 10 players did you get? And the Bills got 2. All right, well, how many does another team get? How many do these, Team X, Team Y, Team? What are they getting? What's their number? And when you compare them, there's a gap. And I guess the thing I wanted to get to today was, what about this year's team will be different? Why will it be different this time? Because for the most part, they changed coach. We know they changed coach and coordinators, but it's Josh Allen and good players. But on these lists of top 10 players, the Bills still are lacking. 2 in the top 10. By comparison, here's a list of teams that do not have Josh Allen, but do have a number of top 10 players. The Lions have 9 players that made the top 10, according to executives and coaches and scouts. The Bills didn't have 9 players named. The Lions have 9 top 10. The Eagles have 8. The Chiefs have 7. The Texans have 6. The Broncos have 5. The Ravens, Cowboys, Niners, Rams, they all have 5 in the top 10 of their respective position. That's quarterback, running back, tackles, interior line, defensive end, all the positions that Jeremy Fowler does. I feel like this Jeremy Fowler, this series, this piece has, for me, kind of overtaken the NFL's top 100 because Fowler's methodology seems to be better. He's asking executives and scouts and coaches, getting quotes, and, kind of lining them up. Whereas in the NFL top 100, the players are asked to write players down, and every year it kind of looks a little goofy, and maybe we shouldn't trust it too much. A bit of a popularity contest. So here are these other contending teams with more top 10 players than the Bills have players even mentioned for honorable mention or others receiving votes. And I don't think that's any sort of, death sentence for the Bills. It kind of has been the life they've lived for the last couple of seasons, right? If you go back 3-4 years, maybe they would get 4 guys in the top 10 of their respective position. Maybe, prime Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, they all make it. Maybe prime Matt Milano makes it. Maybe, a couple more here or there. Diggs, of course, would have made it when he's on the team. And now it's just down to Allen and Cook. The tackles are mentioned. Ed Oliver gets mentioned. And Connor McGovern's the other that gets a mention. From there, you're just not seeing a lot of guys that are top 10 at their position. So what will be different this time? And I guess the other question is, how different does it have to be?
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule was released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup comes to a close this weekend with the third place match, tomorrow at 5 between England and France, and then the final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Looking around the NFL, training camp's beginning to get underway as the Seahawks rookies have officially reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is on track to be on the field week 1. The Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for the 2026 season. And running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints in 2026 on a reworked deal. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break today. The Red Sox, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees, they host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I think you've got to be a lot more strategic out on the golf course, and I feel like I did a really good job today of being incredibly strategic and focused super hard and placing it in the right places. Besides 18, I placed the ball in some good areas, but just need to hit more fairways. Other than that, I felt like my strategy was nice today.
Bryson DeChambeau. So, quick stat of the day on Bryson. First off, that comment there he says about being more strategic in strategy is a direct shot at Nick Faldo, who flat out said he doesn't have any strategy to his game. Then he went out and played a pretty good round and said it was about my strategy and strategic and strategy. So, all right, stat of the day. I got to make sure I can find this. Yes, here we go. Bryson, who is yesterday, Brian Koziel used the term the Bryson Slam, that he might miss the cut at all 4 majors. He had a pretty good opening round. And Bob Herrig, golf writer, had this yesterday, a stat of the day, that DeChambeau's last 4 rounds at the Open, so that's the last 3 rounds of last year and this opening round that he just had, equals the lowest winning total in the history of the Open Championship. That what you might forget, of course I did, who would remember this kind of thing, maybe other than Bryson, he shot a 79 in the first round last year and then shot a 65 and made the cut and finished 10th. So his last 4 rounds at the Open have been great. He had 1 bad round that took him out of the Open last year. So maybe he's a contender. Maybe.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
It's your stat of the day. It's brought to you by Jan Smoke Shop 2 in Gas Mart, where everything about Jan Smoke Shop is smoking. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. It sounded like somebody was about to say something.
No.
Okay.
No,
Wasn't
we're
me.
good. We're
Okay.
good.
All right.
Wasn't me.
All right. Well, I wasn't sure. Sounded like it.
I would be impressed if Bryson got himself into a good spot here.
Yeah.
It feels like the wave of, like, you can't do it is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Not that he's a guy that wouldn't sort of feed off that. Kind of seems like it's right up his alley, but I don't know. I think they might be right.
Yeah. I wonder what his odds are at this point. Just kind of looking.
It's a good question. The tournament is back underway now, and he is even for today, 3 strokes off the lead in total. There's a guy today that is 6 under through 9.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lucas Herbert is 6 under through 9. He is the outright leader because he is 6 under through 9 today.
Good day to go nuclear.
I guess so, yeah.
I guess so. So the leaders from yesterday, Sung Jae and Daniel Brown, have not got on the course yet. Bryson not out there yet. He's 3 off the lead. But, yeah, the lead is now -6, courtesy of Lucas Herbert. So there you go. 803-0550 on the Bills if you want it. Sabres schedule also came out. A couple of interesting quirks. What's the first thing you look for in a Sabres schedule other than the first game?
I looked, because of you, I looked for afternoon games.
That's what I did as well.
Is that because you guys also like afternoon games? Or because
I think with the early mornings, I've really developed a liking
Fair.
for the afternoon games.
Because there are plenty of people that don't like afternoon games. Well, I just counted up what I found. I think they have 10 home and road afternoon games. And I'm not counting 5 o'clock as afternoon.
No.
So 1, 12, 2, 3:30. I'll go as far as 3:30 and calling it afternoon.
Yep.
They have 10 afternoon games, which I'm into, and a handful of home afternoon games, not that many. Other than that, what are you looking for? I was looking for like this, and maybe this is just hearkening back to the vibes of last year. I was looking for, show me the rowdy Saturday night game. Where's my Saturday night, the place is in a frenzy kind of game? Where's Tampa on a Saturday? And that doesn't happen. They play Tampa, I think it's a Monday and a Thursday, which, okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Fine. So I'm not sure if there's other things we should be looking for. Of course, road trips that line up or home games that line up. The Sabres home opener is the day before the Bills play the Patriots, so you have like back-to-backs there. You have a couple other homestands where it goes Sabres, Bills, Sabres. I think Thanksgiving is one of those. They play at home on Wednesday and Friday.
Yes. I look for the Sunday games, honestly, because I was surprised in March to see 4 Sundays in a row where they're playing hockey.
Yeah, that is. I'm looking at it right now, and I just noticed the same thing with
It
the
like
Sundays.
stood out as soon as I looked at the
Yeah.
schedule because that's just a date that's not normally all that booked up. Like October, there's no, well, of course, because of the Bills and all that too, but there's no Sunday games.
Yeah.
Right.
And then in March, there's 4.
Right. They play all Saturdays in October. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also the one game that's popping out to my eye right now is a Saturday 1:00 game against the Panthers in March.
Ooh.
That could turn into a pretty significant, crazy. I don't know. That feels to me like the Tampa game. Like it's a very similar time of the season,
Especially if Florida's back.
and if like Florida's almost certainly gonna be back, and probably we're jockeying for
Let's hope.
playoff position, and it's a real fight.
I
So
also looked up January 4th is a big game. That'll be Hellebuck revenge night when he plays
Yes.
against the Jets.
that's
Yes.
my birthday. That would be a great birthday present.
Look
Get
at
Hellebuck
that.
beat his old squad.
No, if you're waking up, the Sabres have not made a trade for Connor Hellebuck.
No, unfortunately.
But it could be a Hellebuck revenge game. Zellweger revenge game against the Ducks.
Yeah.
Alex Tuck doesn't visit for a long time. He comes in late in the season, right? The Capitals are here. I think it's into March that he actually gets here.
I got March 19th or
Yeah.
18th.
March
is
18th. That's the first one I see.
Washington at home. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. 8030550, the ticket draft. The first pick is the opener. The next pick is probably a Tampa game.
Yeah.
Or a Montreal game, maybe.
Yeah.
Montreal's
right.
good too, right? Like Montreal and that rivalry kicking up. The Sabres will play Montreal twice before they come here. And like I saw Brian Mazurowski was posting about this, about the Sabres and Montreal, which like the way the schedule works out, it's kind of last year against Toronto, this might have been the case. Like the Sabres and Canadians don't play each other in Montreal after October 17th.
Yep.
So the season will be 2 weeks old, and they're done going to Montreal. And they don't play each other at all after January 18th.
Wow.
It's a very weird road trip they've got in October. Montreal, Toronto, back to Montreal.
Yeah,
They're just going to go back and forth.
That is strange.
That's a weird scheduling hiccup. I don't know. That's an odd one. I
Yeah.
gotta say.
Also up to 84 games this year,
Right.
which the only way I would notice that is because the season starts on October 1st.
Yep. Early.
That's really it. The season to me always starts October 5th in that neighborhood, 5th to the 8th, and here it is. It's going to start on October 1st.
Two more days. That adds up.
Why did they just add 2 games?
Just
To
money.
add 2, just
money.
just to add 2 games.
Yeah.
More broadcast money.
Sure.
More stadium.
Why not
arena
10?
Money.
Why not 7? Just 2. I felt like they could just get away with 2.
They could get away with 2 in this, and the Players Association wasn't. gonna
What
give them a
about
fight.
snark? All the records. What about the teams that have the most points in a season? We have to protect their records. No, we're not doing that.
No,
Okay.
nobody cares.
Fair enough. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We've entered the end stage of the NHL offseason, which is standard because half the moves haven't happened.
Right.
The GMs just all go to their cottages for a month and then come back and talk.
It is pretty funny that
It
they
is funny.
just kind of, all right, everybody, just chill.
I guess it does make sense because in the NFL, you can take off the month before the draft or 2 months before the draft. I know you're still scouting and your scouts
Right.
and your meetings and stuff, but you've got downtime between the end of the regular season and the draft. In the NHL, it's
so quick.
It comes upon you pretty quick.
One after another, yeah. So we were talking yesterday about the Sabres and their too many guys up front problem. And I was talking to Lance Lasowski on Twitter about it. I stumbled into what I thought was a possibility of they're holding on to stuff because the biggest fish or the big fish that they want isn't happening right now. And they don't want to burn assets. And do they think that they are just going to hold on and in season make a Titan move? That possibility popped into my head yesterday talking about Kulik and Rochester, or what are they going to do here? There's too many forwards. And I was thinking about, well, what does that mean in a good situation? What can that provide for you? And that was my first thought, was ammunition. And I don't know what that could be, but I mean, there's all these names that were rumored to be out there that haven't moved. I mean, Jason Robertson is still in limbo. Dylan Larkin, I don't know what's going on there with Yzerman stepping down now. And I still I don't see them just standing pat on this. And so I wonder if that's part of their sort of ethos is, let's just hold on to this stuff because something's going to shake loose that we have to do. And maybe Hellebuck isn't quite that for us.
Well, we should get into it later. Dom Lucian's breakdown that of the offseason improvement index, who got better, the Sabres finished by his calculations last, which means everybody got better than they got better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Sabres were, of course, good.
Right.
And when I retweeted it, he wrote back to me and said, I think they'll be okay. Understandable. But it certainly is a little nugget that at least would reinforce anybody that thinks I thought there'd be more happening here. I thought there'd be more to this. 803-0550. Sean, hang with us. Get your call on the other side. Pete Gwelly at 7 o'clock on the Sabres schedule, on the Bills, maybe the blue and red game, that open practice, all that's coming up with the Bills and Sabres. Busy time because the Sabres are about to, launch into a year where maybe season ticket numbers are very good. Eager to ask about that. So plenty to get to with Pete Gwelly coming up at 7 o'clock. Nick Mendola, 7:30. Carl Jones at 8 here on WGR. As I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the offseason, the same thing I did the offseason before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, honorable mentions that have a shot at this. But who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish. Certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is. Maybe a little more attention. Maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential, and we all also agree and say, well, if. And that's Kincaid. Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. And this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. Holy cow, I can't believe the Bills have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, since then, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL is tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, P.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
Hey, everybody, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Going to be another warm one. Air quality alerts still kind of in effect. It's number 171. Yesterday, the highest I saw it get to where I was 250 on that number, but 171 expected to kind of be around here today, unhealthy for sensitive groups. We golfed in it.
We did.
We took Pat Hammer's advice of, as long as you're not walking.
Right.
We didn't walk.
We did not walk.
We took a cart and we golfed in it.
Yep.
Was it too bad?
No.
I mean,
did it smell? Was it?
Yeah,
you could smell it?
A little bit. It was hazy. We were a little more north, but
seeing the ball was tough. That was probably the hardest part.
Yeah,
but
it wasn't as yellow yesterday. It was more just hazy yesterday.
That's
gray.
Right. Yeah, and listening to the forecast today, it's supposed to kind of be like this today until midnight. An air quality index alert until midnight. And then maybe the smoke will go a little higher in the atmosphere, but could be an issue next week as well. So we'll do our best. Sean in Long Island. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm personally just a little aggravated with the whole national media approach to the rankings, everything this offseason, with really putting Buffalo on a pedestal yet again. And I know the answer is always Josh Allen. It's getting a little tiresome because there are times when, he needs another, whether it be another unit on the team or just some other aspect of the team to really step up and take this pressure away from him, because it's really, I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that they're disrespecting the Patriots to the level that they are. You're not hearing the Patriots mentioned as one of the top 5 teams. I hate the Patriots. I hate the fact that they're now, kind of back into the precipice of maybe going back to another Super Bowl yet again. The fact that they made it last year with the first year of the coach and the quarterback together, and they're just kind of being dismissed this year as no, that was a fluke, or May is going to regress. I don't see how anybody feels that way. I feel like every unit on that team, outside of quarterback, which it might end up being a toss-up by the end of the year, would favor the Patriots. And the Bills are basically getting all the love again. The Patriots are going to be able to have that little chip on the shoulder saying it's us against the world, and that really aggravates me, while the Bills are being celebrated for not doing anything. And the roster itself is, I think, pretty pretty average. And I just don't understand how they are being held in such high regard while the team that made the Super Bowl last year is kind of just being dismissed. And it's just aggravating the crap out of me.
All right, thanks, Sean. I'm certainly not dismissing New England. I mean, there might be people that are doing it. I'm not. I think New England is good. I thought they were good last year, and I think they had a better offseason. But that doesn't mean they're going to win it. You know, odds to win the division right now. The Bills are minus, where I'm looking, Bills are minus 125. The Patriots are plus 125. Like, if I look at every other division, I wonder how many others have one that is that close. I just don't think at all that people are writing off the Patriots. Personally. I'm sure there are people that are doing it, but I'm not one of them. I think A.J. Brown's a difference maker for them. Drake May was phenomenal last year with a supporting cast that wasn't great, and I think their coach is good. The thing that's going to be tougher for them, of course, is like they don't have the pushover schedule anymore. And the Bills and the Patriots will play – how many games you play? You play 17 games, 3 teams. However many teams you play, 14 teams. 11 of those teams will be the same teams, and then the crossovers are different, and I think the crossovers are – it's debatable which group you'd want. New England plays – of the crossovers here, let me get if I have this right. New England plays the Steelers, the Bills play the Ravens. That's one of the crossovers. New England plays the Seahawks, the Bills play the Rams. That's another crossover. And then the third one is who's the third one? The third crossover, I'm just on the fly here. Bills, not the Vikings. No. I'm doing this on the fly. Give me a second. You guys know it?
I'm not 100%
it's
sure.
Seahawks. It's the Bills play the Bears. They play the NFC North. They all play the NFC North.
Man, this is it's still before 7.
It is. It is. We're allowed to do this before 7 o'clock. Once it hits 7 o'clock, we're not allowed to do this. Did the Bills play the Vikings this year? No, the Texans. That's what it is. The Bills play the Texans, and the Patriots play the Jags.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the differences. What's tougher? Texans, Ravens, Rams. That's pretty tough.
That's pretty
Very
tough.
Or Jaguars, Steelers, Seahawks.
It's option A.
I think that's 2.5. Like the Steelers are the weakest team of the group.
Right, by a lot.
So they'll have like even schedules.
Right.
I think New England is, I think the division is a coin toss, to be honest.
Tight too.
Yep. So if you're upset that people are writing off the Patriots, I'm not. Also not writing off the Bills. Pete Gwelly on the other side to chat about the Sabres season now that we have the full schedule. Some Sabres news, some Bills news, all coming up with Pete Gwelly next. So yesterday we went through safeties. Jeremy Fowler's series of the top 10 at every position and how all these teams landed. Like, all right, how many top 10 players did you get? And the Bills got 2. All right, well, how many does another team get? How many do these, Team X, Team Y, Team? What are they getting? What's their number? And when you compare them, there's a gap. And I guess the thing I wanted to get to today was, what about this year's team will be different? Why will it be different this time? Because for the most part, they changed coach. We know they changed coach and coordinators, but it's Josh Allen and good players. But on these lists of top 10 players, the Bills still are lacking. 2 in the top 10. By comparison, here's a list of teams that do not have Josh Allen, but do have a number of top 10 players. The Lions have 9 players that made the top 10, according to executives and coaches and scouts. The Bills didn't have 9 players named. The Lions have 9 top 10. The Eagles have 8. The Chiefs have 7. The Texans have 6. The Broncos have 5. The Ravens, Cowboys, Niners, Rams, they all have 5 in the top 10 of their respective position. That's quarterback, running back, tackles, interior line, defensive end, all the positions that Jeremy Fowler does. I feel like this Jeremy Fowler, this series, this piece has, for me, kind of overtaken the NFL's top 100 because Fowler's methodology seems to be better. He's asking executives and scouts and coaches, getting quotes, and kind of lining them up. Whereas in the NFL Top 100, the players are asked to write players down, and every year it kind of looks a little goofy, and maybe we shouldn't trust it too much. A bit of a popularity contest. So here are these other contending teams with more top 10 players than the Bills have players even mentioned for honorable mention or others receiving votes. And I don't think that's any sort of, death sentence for the Bills. It kind of has been the life they've lived for the last couple of seasons, right? If you go back 3-4 years, maybe they would get 4 guys in the top 10 of their respective position. Maybe, prime Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, they all make it. Maybe prime Matt Milano makes it. Maybe, a couple more here or there. Diggs, of course, would have made it when he's on the team. And now it's just down to Allen and Cook. The tackles are mentioned. Ed Oliver gets mentioned. And Connor McGovern's the other that gets a mention. From there, you're just not seeing a lot of guys that are top 10 at their position. So what will be different this time? And I guess the other question is, how different does it have to be?
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL is tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, DJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule was released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup comes to a close this weekend. First, with the third-place match tomorrow at 5 o'clock between England and France. Then the final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Looking around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway. The Seahawks rookies have officially reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that the Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is on track to be on the field for Week 1. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for the 2026 season. And running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints on a reworked deal this season. In baseball, the Mets beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break. The Red Sox, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Just me, Owen Parker, Joe Kelly hanging out on a Friday, getting you to your weekend. And a nice day, battling smoke once again. But temperatures high today of about 82 degrees, sunny. But, again, air quality index alert. So be aware of that as you're making any sort of plans today. We are welcoming in Pete Gwelly, President of Business Operations of the Bills and Sabres on the Western Hotline. Pete, good morning.
Morning, Jeremy. Thanks for that music. That gets me in the hockey mood.
Well, we're a little in the hockey mood going over the schedule. First off, congratulations. I mean, 716 Day around here. I know there's a lot of fundraising effort from you guys and a big number raised, a lot of people donating. Another successful 716 Day.
Yeah, I mean, a testament to Buffalo, Jeremy. You know how giving people are around here, and over $1.8 million raised. Our previous record was 1.4. So really cool to see everybody show up, and then all that money gets poured back into local nonprofits. So yeah, it was a great day, and it's something we can continue to build on.
One other thing we got yesterday, we got the Sabres full schedule in its entirety. So first off, Pete, I guess one question I would have is how much input does a club have in what they might want from the schedule, whether it's dates, times, days of the week? Is there a back and forth with the league?
Yeah, there's some back and forth. I mean, it's primarily league driven, but we'll get we'll give them some general recommendations, and not just really from a business side, but on the performance side as well. They'll come back to us with an initial draft, and there'll be 3 or 4 back and forths. I can't say there's a lot of changes, but if something really jumps out at us as a challenge, we'll make them aware, and typically they'll attempt to make an adjustment, but primarily league-driven with some team input.
Are you able to share any of the things that you do like or want? Is it a certain number of weekend games or times, or to avoid the Bills' schedule might be another key element here?
Yeah, I mean, we submit those dates so they know exactly when the Bills games are. They know when we have any major events potentially at the arena, and try to work around those as well. We like those weekend dates when we can get them. The more people can come, the better. And then we're always looking at the performance side as well. You don't want to be at a disadvantage, whether it's time rested or back-to-backs, you name it. So just kind of analyzing it from those perspectives, make sure it's good for business to get people in the building, and make sure it's fair to the team.
That said, I do see, is it 14 back-to-backs for the Sabres this year, which is a big number. It's not the tops in the league, but it's a big number. And also an expansion to 84 games this year.
Yeah, a little different schedule. I do think it's relatively balanced, again, from a competition perspective. We go through those numbers with the league, and they're not really that far off. It's nice to have the additional game, too. I don't think people really love the preseason games to begin with, so to make a conversion year, I think was a smart move.
Pete Gwelly joining us on the Western Hotline. Pete, for the Sabres season as it stands, what kind of bounce back did you guys get from a season ticket standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, incredible. You saw what it was like at the end of the year, Jeremy. That's one of the reasons why I'm happy that we're starting on a Saturday at home. I just think that's a great day to celebrate everything that happened last season. Getting 5 out of 6 out of the gate. When's the last time we came off a playoff season, right, and rolled into some exciting October hockey? So that's kind of cool to see how the building's going to operate from that standpoint. But in general, it's been an unbelievable turnout by Sabres fans. They came back last year. We sold out 25 straight. End of season, they really dove in on the season ticket side. We've got north of 13,000 season ticket holders going into next season. We're right at the point where we're probably about to cut it off and really focus more on partials, groups, and individual tickets from there. And just to make sure we're getting new people into the building and cultivating that next generation of fan. But the response was incredible. 4,500 new season ticket holders going into next season, which is the highest in the National Hockey League.
So north of 13,000. Do you envision, maybe in a year or two that continues to grow? Would there, organizationally, is there an idea to cap that eventually, because you do want to have people able to get in without having to go through a season ticket holder?
Yeah, that's the thought process. I think the days of trying to sell out a building completely with season ticket holders is gone. There's just so many different ways to consume the product, and you always want to be looking at that next generation of fan. So yeah, that's the case. And I think that's one of the reasons why, for me too. We've got some day games coming in this year. We've got 10 games, I believe, that are over school breaks. And so, always thinking about the future, there's a lot of kids that probably started embracing the team for the first time this last year. And now, we've got some opportunities to bring them in. So you always want to have tickets available so fans can come in and then maybe work their way up to being a season ticket holder in the future.
One feature of the schedule that I notice is afternoon games. And if we're going just before like 5 p.m., there are 10 afternoon games in total if you're counting road games as well, which, as you're talking about maybe younger fans, maybe more opportunities for them to be able to see the games.
Yeah, and I think it's a concerted effort by the league to kind of diversify the schedule a little bit. And, there's always those typical 7 p.m. games that people are used to, but mix it up and make sure people are being able to consume the product on different days and at different times. And, yeah, I think for us, again, it's that next gen, bringing the kids in. We've got a huge base of hockey fans here. We got a lot of young kids that play the game, a lot of young kids that love the Sabres now, and give them a chance to experience it. So, yeah, I'm excited. And, I also really like a lot of those back-to-backs with the Bills. Those are some special crossovers.
Yeah.
That Thanksgiving window, I don't know what it's going to be like in this town. A lot of people come back. They love being in Buffalo over Thanksgiving. And now you got two Sabres games, crossing over with a Bills game on Thanksgiving night. That's going to be a really cool week here.
Yeah, Wednesday, Rangers, Thursday, Chiefs in town, and then Friday, the Penguins in town as well. Pete, when it comes to, kind of getting things rolling at the start of the year, is there a missive to carry through the momentum you had in the playoffs? I'm not only referring to beer Sabres, but I do mean that a lot of things became viral. A lot of things became important to fans, and I wonder if it will feel like it just kind of picks up where it left off. You want that energy right where it was, and I'm sure, again, like the beer Sabres and all of it, but I feel like I have to ask about that and whatever other elements there are to keep it like a seamless transition from where it ended in Game 7 to where it begins in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the key is you just can't take it for granted. The fans did their job last year, and they created an amazing environment at that building, end of the season, into the playoffs. So how do you continue it? Now we have the schedule. We're going to dive a little bit deeper on what some of our theme nights and promotions are going to be. The Beer Sabres absolutely making a return next year. And, we heard people loud and clear. We had some production challenges last year. I don't know if you can keep up with demand, but we're going to try as much as we can this year. And anything we can kind of double down on that worked last year. We've done a lot of surveying to find out what our fans really leaned into. We're coming up with new ideas as we speak, but we want to make sure it's a fun environment, bring back the things people remembered and enjoyed last year, and then introduce some new things as well.
Pete Gwelly joining us on the Western Hotline on the Sabres. How about longer term? I mean, I know there have been discussions about the arena and what might happen going forward. There's the new Jumbotron a couple years ago, of course, that's been a great improvement to the game day experience for fans that are going. What is next, and how about those conversations about renovations to the arena?
Yeah, now that we're close on the stadium, Jeremy, everything's looking good over there. We've kind of shifted gears and spending a lot more time on the arena. We've been doing some, as you know, preliminary planning over the last couple of years, and we've been saying it for a while now. I think the key is let's make sure that everyone understands what a key piece of infrastructure that arena is. It's the catalyst for everything that happens downtown. And again, people got a chance to see what it could really do, when the team played as well as it did last year. So we spent a lot of time the last couple of years in the planning process, making sure the building was programmed at a high level, getting people in there, and making sure people are aware of how important the building was. And now to shift gears a little bit and start focusing on maybe exactly what it's going to look like. So you're going to see that process accelerate now, and we're really spending a lot of time talking about what's the next iteration of that building. It's obviously 30 years old. It hasn't really been touched. And so now it's time, and that's something that's going to take place over the next couple of years.
I've been in for 2 monster truck events over the last 6 months, so I've been in there quite a bit. What can, if for people that think about what you can do to a hockey rink indoors, also without displacing the team, like how drastic can the changes be, and how swiftly can they be done?
Well, they can be drastic. I mean, we're not inventing this process. There's been a lot of arenas that have undergone major transformations. You've got to time it right. It's typically a phased process, a multi-year process, and you're doing the majority of that work over the summer. But I think people would say it's a great hockey barn. We don't want to lose, the authenticity of what that means here in Buffalo. It's got to be a hockey-first facility. But there's a lot. I mean, just literally every aspect of that building could be upgraded. There's a lot of things on the player side that we could take the next step on. There's a lot of things operationally. The more events that you bring in, the better that back-of-house operation has to be if you're going to be turning things over. And ultimately, that's the goal. Let's make this as good of a hockey facility as we possibly can, and then make sure we can get as many events in there as possible. So there's a lot. Jeremy, I won't get into a ton of details, but you've seen what some of these buildings and some of the transformations they've undergone. That's what we're envisioning for this place.
What kind of ideal timeline do you think there is for that? Again, like understanding there's so much work to be done, is there a clock that you think is ticking on how soon this should happen?
I don't know, but look, the building's it's getting up there. So I would say it is ticking. It's got to be something that takes place in the next few years. So it takes a little planning, and again, we've done some preliminary work, so I feel like we're in a good place. It takes a lot of discussions with some of your partners, in the public sector as well. So it's a lengthy, kind of complex process, but we've gone through it here at the stadium. It's obviously worked out incredibly well. We've got relationships with everybody that we need to have conversations with. We have some additional experience now from going through this process here. So I feel confident going into it, but there's a lot of pieces that just need to fall into place.
Pete Gwelly joining us on the Western Hotline this morning here on WGR. All right, I've got plenty of Bills questions to get to as well. You mentioned like the stadium. You're kind of turning your attention away from the new stadium, New Highmark, into the Sabres ideas. On the new stadium, what's happening day to day now? Is it like really finishing touches, trim, paint? I mean, like fryers. What happens between now and the blue and red?
I mean, if you've ever built a house, Jeremy, imagine the biggest punch list you could ever see in your life. That's what we have right now. It's 1.6 million square feet, so there's a lot of ground to cover in there. So it's really the little things. We had an event this past week for some of our suite holders, the founders, seat holders, and some sponsors, and had it in one of the clubs, and it was just absolutely tremendous. And everything was done. The team went in there and got it ready, and it was absolutely spectacular. But they need to go literally place to place, room to room, and make sure that everything is final and done. You can play a game in there tomorrow, but there's just a lot of pieces that need to be touched up. But you were in there. I mean, it's spectacular. I can't even, it's hard to even put it into words. It came out better than we could have even expected. It's absolutely world class. It's one of the best stadiums you'll ever walk into in your life. And I'm really proud of how it's turned out. So a lot of work to get it across the finish line, but we feel like we're in a great space.
We're less than a month away from the first preseason game. It'll be 4 weeks from tomorrow against Carolina. And, of course, 3 weeks from tomorrow is the blue and red. The blue and red as a ticketed event, the response you got to that, and then the idea to add an additional practice. Were you surprised, I guess, by reaction when it was announced to be a PSL holder event exclusively based on, the number of people that want to get in there? Of course, I'd imagine you'd expect that. Was there an anticipation? I guess that's how I'll ask it. Was there an anticipation that you'd have a bit of a problem that you might have to fix?
Well, I mean, I wasn't really surprised. That's why we already had the open practice schedule. We knew the demand was going to be increased. I mean, the event itself hasn't necessarily changed, and we've always gone to season ticket holders first. When we sat down and talked about it, we knew demand was going to be through the roof. It's the first time for a lot of these customers to walk into the building. So the thought was, okay, well, how do we react to that? How do we make sure that there's something else here for the people that are used to coming to that event that maybe couldn't normally get into it? And also, there's some season ticket holders. We had a great conversion rate, but not everybody came over, and those people deserve an opportunity to get in the building as well. So that's when that originally came up. I don't think it was maybe well over a month ago. I didn't know what the event was going to be. I just knew we needed to have an event. So I went to Joe, and Joe wanted to get on the grass and wanted to get the team in the building one more time and offered up an open practice, which I thought was a great solution. So I guess anything around this building is getting a big reaction right now, and it should. This is a massive project that I think a lot of people never expected it to even happen. Everyone wants to get a chance to see it, and I think this is a great solution. Our PSL holders can get in there for the first event, and then there's still going to be a great public event as well.
For PSL holders, there is a set of circumstances where they don't get access to every event. That would have been something that they did sign up for. How is that determined contractually, Pete? You have a PSL, there's a concert that comes to town, or I know I was waiting for this year's hockey schedule to come out. Is there an outdoor game in that arena? Maybe not this year, but next year. How is it determined whether or not a PSL holder has the rights to that seat for a given event?
Yeah, and obviously from a football perspective, almost every single event that goes in there is going to be for PSL holders. When it comes to other events, the contracts were written that way because it really comes down to a lot of times the promoter of the event. You've got to go in there and negotiate with them and determine which ones we can offer first right of refusal to PSL holders. So anytime we get that opportunity, we're going to do it. Any opportunity to get PSL holders in there first, they're going to get first crack at it. Sometimes it comes down to, are you going to get the event if you structure it that way? And then you've got to make a decision. So sometimes there are league events that maybe you don't have exercise the same amount of control that you might for some other events. So it's really going to be a little bit of an event-by-event basis, Jeremy, with anytime we sit down at the table, our first responsibility is to try to make sure PSL holders have first right. There will be some circumstances where maybe they don't, and that'll come down to the decision of whether this event is important to Buffalo and we need to get it here, at all costs and bring it in, regardless of how that turns out. But in most cases, you're going to see us give every opportunity to PSL holders that we can.
President of Business Operations, Pete Gwelly, joining us on the Western Hotline. Finally, Pete, couple questions. I'm always a jersey question guy. There's a report that we're 10 days away from a new Bills jersey being revealed. Is that an accurate timeline?
There's some news on the jersey front for both teams this year, candidly. And, these things, Jeremy, a lot of them are not like we were talking about with the NHL schedule, are a little bit of league-driven, so we're at the mercy of how they want to roll it out and at what timeline. So I can't really give any specifics on it, but I would say near future would not be wrong.
Near future. Is the Bills one part of a league initiative, or is it the Sabres one that's league initiative?
Sabres one is more league-driven. Bills is more Bills-driven. But, again, none of these are done in a vacuum. When it comes down to uniform decisions, you've obviously got the league, you've got the production partners as well that are part of it. Look, we talk to our players on a regular basis about what they like and what they don't like. And we don't typically make moves unless we feel pretty confident that they're on board as well. So there's a lot of discussion that takes place. This one I would call more team, but anytime you do anything on the uniform front, the league is heavily involved.
Yeah. Is it a full setup, or is it just a jersey, a helmet?
It's going to be a full set.
Okay. Full set. Are you wearing the rivalry uniforms this year as well? So if you do, right? That's the first part. Rivalry uniforms coming up this year?
Yeah, what? I don't have the uniform. I can get back to that. I don't have the uniform schedule in front of me right now. Don't quote me. I'm pretty confident we're wearing them this year.
Yeah, because I think that it was from what I remember, it was a 3-year thing that these teams, because that was a league thing, and everyone was going to wear them for 3 years. The only reason I ask that is the new set that's being introduced, will they be worn this year? Is that the plan?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, you have a closet you put together every year, and as soon as the schedule comes out, you start to lay out exactly when you're going to be wearing those uniforms.
Yeah.
So we've got that developed now. We just haven't released it yet.
All right, very good. Well, if you need a focus group, you know where I am. I know we
got a one-man focus group over there.
That said, if they're done, I guess I'll just, you don't need a focus group if they're ready to rock. So
no, but there's always going to be, changes in the future, Jeremy. Right?
Yeah.
You're constantly kind of looking at it and what can you evolve and, what league initiatives are out there. And, look, we always are listening to fan feedback as well. Like you're factoring all those aspects into it before you make a decision on anything that's uniform related.
All right. Any questions for us? Have you been watching the World Cup?
Yeah, I've been paying attention. When the U.S. got knocked out, it took a little steam out of it for me. But I guess that was kind of to be expected. But yeah, it's fun to see events on that scale domestically, see how they operate. What's the fan interaction, and are there things that you can take away? That they do, on a level from FIFA that could potentially be brought into our business. So always kind of monitoring. It's been a fun event. It's nice. It's a nice distraction in the summer when there's a little bit of a quiet period for us, which doesn't happen often between these two teams.
Yeah.
But it's been nice to watch and keep an eye on what's going on.
Has it felt like you're on the right side of things watching all the conversation about grass in these NFL stadiums?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it wasn't really much of a debate. Football is meant to be played outdoors. We're in Buffalo. It's kind of like how do you find the best of both worlds, which I think this stadium has accomplished. You've got a beautiful field with this sub-air system. It's going to keep it in great shape all year long. You've got a stadium that's got 60% of the seats covered. Cuts down on the wind. So we've made some changes so weather is not as much of an issue for our fans, but you've still been able to keep grass and maintain a surface that we think our players really love. So again, I think it was from our design team and our construction team did a great job of kind of putting this whole thing together. And yeah, I do feel like we're on the right side of it. It feels like everything's kind of leaning back in that direction.
Pete Gwelly, President of Business Operations for the Bills and Sabres on the Western Hotline. Pete, thanks for the time. Enjoy the perhaps brief bit of downtime, training camp, blue and red, and you're off and running.
Yeah, it's exciting time. Looking forward to getting to camp, and I'm excited about the Bills season, Jeremy. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Very good. Thanks, Pete.
All right, thank you.
Pete Gwelly joining us on the Western Hotline. A couple news items in there, including the confirmation of a full new uniform set for the Bills that they will wear this year and is to be introduced soonish. It was Sports Logos Net, I believe, that reported the 27th. Monday, is that a Monday? Monday the 27th, 2 days before training camp. Full new set. New helmet, new jersey, new everything. All right.
That's exciting.
I love let the speculation begin.
Yeah.
Gear.
I mean, there's already been plenty of speculation about it and some leaked image-ish stuff, but we'll see what it is.
It's interesting to hear that they're, always like taking in fan reaction and stuff too, because like the rivalry uniforms last year, I remember the numbers were so light you couldn't even see them on the field. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. So I wonder if changes are going to come to those, maybe a little darker numbers.
Just a little thicker outline or something like that.
Yeah, so it's just interesting to hear that
minor
it's
tweaks
taken into consideration.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I'm ready for I'm ready for some Jersey action. I'm ready for some Jersey talk.
Well, I have not seen anything. I don't know anything. I've not been part of a focus group. I always volunteer for focus groups. But have I ever been a part of one? I don't know. I don't think so.
That feels stunning.
That I've never been part of a focus group? Have you?
No. I don't, it's not, I don't necessarily advertise.
Right. They bring me in like, what do you think about this? Good.
You'd be good at that. That's why I was so surprised.
I don't know.
You've got good. You're opinionated over there.
True. That doesn't mean you're good at a thing.
That's
being opinionated just means you have an opinion.
One can exist without
everybody's
the other.
Everybody's got those.
That is true.
803-0550. Nick Mandola on the World Cup coming up in about 10 minutes here on the other side. But before the break, like I only want to make one prediction about the new uniform setup. One prediction, and that is, I just think there's a lot that indicates that the Bills might be leaning into that Charge logo.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have seen one of the helmet mock-ups, looks like it's almost zoomed all the way in just on the red part of the buffalo,
right,
and it goes around the helmet, or maybe it goes and doesn't touch in the back. I don't know. It would not surprise me at all if the red part, the Charge logo, there's going to be a Charge bar. The building itself, if you go inside and look at some of the pictures, over where the legend of the game is going to be doing the hey, is that not a full Bills logo, just that Charge logo.
Mm-hmm.
The exterior of the building, the heating and cooling vents in the locker room.
Yep.
Like they found that little, it's almost like a Nike swoosh. It's their version of the swoosh.
Yeah, it's a theme.
It's a subtle little line.
It's cool.
And it's a lot of places. So I would not be surprised if somewhere on this new uniform that they're going to be wearing this year, that is prominently featured, that is an element that you lean into.
Yeah.
Right?
In the mock-up, we've seen the gray one, right, with that, not confirmed by any means, but would it not just be, I feel like that design is just based on New Highmark.
Yeah, it's
the gray with the Charge logo. Like, is that not the building?
Yeah.
Like,
that's a good point.
Like, I feel like that's what that is.
Well, now that you said that, if they are gray, people are going to say they dressed like the stadium.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a nice stadium.
It is a sweet stadium.
By the way, 3 weeks from tomorrow is that blue and red.
I know.
It's coming up.
We're going to have the entire preseason is just going to be people calling in and being like, here's what I saw. Here's what I thought. Here's what a whole new stadium to experience.
We'll need a segment stadium
dedicated
pro
to
tips or something.
Yeah.
Did you see the Bison all lit up too?
I did.
Oh,
they look amazing.
They look great.
They look awesome.
Those were teased to us, by the way, with the rivalry uniform. They're on the sleeve.
Yeah. You mentioned that to me the other day, Callie, and I looked back and I was like, you're so right. That diamondy shiny thing is the same sort of polygonal like vibe that the Bison out front are, and it was a great call by you. That's really cool that they had sort of, I don't know whether that inspired the Buffalo that were outside or whether it was vice versa.
Right.
It's awesome to see it sort of. Seeing those themes continue throughout different things is cool. And, good marketers are good at what they do.
Also, Pat and Buffalo tweets in a Sabres new uniform. Yes, we know about that. That's the league initiative one.
Yes.
Which is the hometown remix.
Yeah, it's like the reverse retro, but not. It's a different sort of initiative.
And we think it's going to be a blue and gold goat head. Right.
That's what
Don't we think that's what it's going to be?
That's what it's rumored to be. Royal blue, like a slug, would be pretty cool too.
Yeah. 20-year anniversary of the slug.
That's true.
A blue and gold goat head.
That'll be interesting.
Blue and gold goat head to me, again, if it's league initiative, then it's league initiative. Blue and gold goat head. I love the goat head. I love the blue and gold. A blue and gold goat head is Dr. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park. So they were so busy, wondering if they could. They didn't ask themselves whether or not they should. I think it's an abomination.
I think the goat head is the goat head.
I'll probably buy one.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know how whatever. I will also probably get one just because it's like I mean, whatever.
Well, nothing could be worse than the white pants with the white goat head. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, with the white gloves, white pants,
Yeah,
the
they
whole
just look-
thing.
yeah, marshmallow
it's
men. Yeah.
not. I kid. It's very difficult to look good with white gloves and white pants.
yeah.
Penn State's got a couple of uniforms that are decent with that, but even that is a stretch. Like it better when they wear the brown pants. Looks like leather.
Who's got brown pants?
Penn State.
Oh.
They use and they're white out. They've got some white out uniforms that have white pants too, and those are a lot. But,
Yeah. We are they confirmed the Bills are wearing the rivalry uniform again. So
okay,
that'll be the new setup, the rivalry setup. Will there be a throwback? Blue and white, of course.
Of course.
Blue on blue. Are they wearing the reds?
Do we get the Color Rush Reds?
That's the red on white they've been wearing the last few years.
8 home games, right? And there might be 7 different uniforms. Different workups. We'll see. All right, yeah, they are wearing rivalry uniforms again this year.
Very good.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Nick Mendola on the other side here on WGR.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL was tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick. Because, let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, P.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
As I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the offseason, the same thing I did the offseason before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, honorable mentions that have a shot at this, but who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish, certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is, maybe a little more attention, maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential, and we all also agree and say, well, if. And that's Kincaid. Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. And this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. Holy cow, I can't believe the Bills have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, since then, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign.
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup comes to a close this weekend, first with the third-place match tomorrow at 5 o'clock between England and France, and then the final Sunday between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway as the Seahawks rookies have officially reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for this season. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is on track to be on the field for Week 1. And running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints this season on a reworked deal. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break. Today, the Red Sox host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Same old crap, same old guff. This is what we brought you in for. We brought you in for this moment. We got rid of Southgate because he bottled it, because he weren't brave. We brought you in for now to make that decision. We're 1-0 up in a World Cup semi-final. Bring on Rashford. Bring on Saka. And if they score, they score. But at least we're going to go down fighting. We fell out of the World Cup in disgrace because of him. Because of him. And we brought him in for this job. This is what we brought him in for. To get us over this line. And it's the same old England, same old crap, same old guff I have to watch every tournament that we're in. And it's the manager's tucked us up again. Tucked us up. We're dead on our feet. Got Morgan Rogers playing right wing, Jude Bellingham on the left. Brings on Nico Riley.
What's this guy's name?
We can't get out.
Joe Cali?
Harry Kane's
I got to be
done
careful.
nothing.
He might be saying words that are swears in English that aren't this English. Like guff?
Jamie O'Hara.
Jamie O'Hara. Is guffed? Can you say that on the radio?
I don't know.
maybe you can not there, but you can here. Nick Mendola joining us, NBC Soccer, ahead of the World Cup final for a preview of Spain and Argentina. And Nick, we will begin with I'll use one of their terms. They bottled it, Nick. They bottled it. they gave it away. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm more awake now than ever, thanks to that guy.
You're anticipating you're going to this World Cup final at MetLife Stadium, right, between Spain and Argentina.
Yes, sir.
My first question, I want to ask you the question that I asked the morning after England-Argentina, which is, when you see a team lose like that, as a fan of the Bills and the Sabres, who have had some heartbreaking, crushing defeats that the pain lasts for like decades and stuff, when you see a team do what England did, do you feel bad for them? Do you feel bad for their fans, or do you enjoy it and laugh about it?
Oh boy, that's close. That's tough. There's some of both. To me, and I've said this before on your airwaves, and I feel bad because of some of our friends north of the border. England are the Toronto Maple Leafs, and it's not even close, really. Their last World Cup win was 1966, and most of the time they walk around like they own the place. And, it's coming home and all that, and it's been gone for a while. So it's tough. It's really tough for me. And this time, yes, I felt bad.
It was tough. It was tough to watch. Can you, for anybody out there, put it in terms? I mean, I don't want to just reference 13 seconds on a Friday I just did. It's one of those spots where everyone on earth knows what the manager has done is wrong, right?
Yes, and it's even more conflicting because for most of the tournament, almost everything he did was right. And it's even more crazy because he had overachieved, in my opinion. Now everyone expects England to go far. England expects to go far. But if you looked at almost every stat from this tournament, they were maybe a top 10 performing team. Maybe. They had gotten away with so much. They had come back late. They needed extra time. Even DR Congo, they struggled to get back into that game a little bit. And they were being carried by Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham. And to get this far was awesome. And they got into a bit of a street fight with Argentina, figured it out, took a lead. And, I mean, they were 5 minutes from stoppage time away from going to a World Cup final.
Yeah. Well, now it'll be Argentina and Spain. And, of course, Messi, who is the greatest, continues to add to his resume. I end up feeling like any sort of debates about who the greatest of all time is are kind of everyone's kidding by even having them. What's next for him? Is he gonna put on another show like he did against England? Because England was some of the best that he has to offer even at this age.
Yeah, what's crazy is that last assist. I mean, he's known for that magic wand he has for his left foot, and he works it to get it onto his right foot and then sends in a perfect ball, like an absurd pass, and a great finish. What's next for him? Geez, it's so tough to. And what's strange about this situation is he made his name with Barcelona on the greatest teams of all time, and now has a chance to deny them their second ever World Cup. There is a chance to really end the discussion for everybody, and I think he's already there as the greatest of all time, in my opinion. But you at 39 potentially win the Golden Boot, potentially win the Golden Ball, which is the best player of the tournament, with your performance in a final. Again, turn 39 at this tournament. It's absolutely bonkers. But he's going up against a team that's been basically keeping the ball for 2/3 of all their games.
Yeah, Spain has given up one goal in the tournament, and I think the number of shots on goal going into the France game was like 8 shots in 6 games. Are they impenetrable?
No, because I think what Argentina have are their strength is creativity. Their strength is guys who are going to do the magic things, right? It's not just Messi's playmaking. It's Enzo Fernandez from distance. It's Julian Alvarez. It's Lautaro Martinez, who's probably playing to work himself into the Ballon d'Or discussion, which is wide open, which will be awarded in the fall to winter as the best player of this calendar year. So it's very, very interesting because Spain, again, they're keeping the ball for 66% of every game they've played in. Their midfield's incredible. Their backline's incredible. Their goalkeeper's incredible. But Argentina, they're a physical team that will do just about anything. They made that England game ugly for about 60 minutes by just foul after foul after foul. They're going to get a chance for 3.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer, joining us. Is your pick Argentina?
I'm struggling because Argentina find ways to win. They've played in, this will be 3 of the last 4 World Cup finals. They won the last one, and they win Copa America regularly at this point. So they have that winning habit, but I think Spain are far and away the best team in this tournament to combat what Argentina do well. And what Spain did to France was absolutely insane. That France team was wildly good this entire tournament, wildly good offensively. And Spain really looked in control from about the 5th minute onward. So, Jared, I don't even know what to do with this game. But if you forced me, I would pick Spain to find a way.
Of course, you would not think it's over at the 75th minute because all of Argentina's goals come. Yeah, they've not yet led a knockout stage game at the 90th, and they are here in the final. Nick, in the history of the 3rd place game, which will happen, right? England and France will play. How do those go? Do these teams go all out? Is there pride in 3rd place, especially for these 2 countries? For these two, you get to the semifinal, I would think your dream is to win the whole tournament, and if you don't, you're devastated. If it's I don't know, I don't want to disparage any other smaller country, but for a team that would be happy to be there, is it different, or is this game just like it's the best of the best? They're going to play.
Man, I don't know. I have no idea how to predict how this will go because the opponent being the opponent, right? England and France and what it means and what it would say, especially for an England who, if you look at what they've done over the last 4 years, I was making this argument. Unfortunately, it's very difficult when you co-host a show with someone from England and you're telling them that they overachieved and they're heartbroken because they felt it was their tournament, right? And you're like, yeah, but like, here's what England haven't done in the last 2-3 years is they're right there. But what they don't do is they don't beat teams like Spain. They don't beat the very best teams. And this, to me, should matter for them. France, you've got Mbappe trying to win the Golden Boot, but we also don't know, are these guys going to play, or how much are they going to play, or how motivated are they going to be to try and get it? I think the one thing that saves the day is you've got a lot of players on both teams who didn't play a ton in the tournament and are thinking, hey, next tournament, I want to play a lot, and this is my opportunity, and it is a World Cup, and I'm sure there's a monetary prize on the line, so let's go get it.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer. Nick, enjoy the World Cup final, and thanks for all the coverage throughout. We'll talk Monday. We'll wrap it up and maybe get your thoughts on the game after the fact. But hopefully it's been everything you dreamed of around the country for you, international, covering all these games. It's been great, and hopefully Sunday's final is a worthy final with what's been an awesome tournament.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jeremy. I mean, it's been a dream come true. Honestly, I would have never thought I would go to a game, let alone several, let alone travel and go to so many. And, just really fortunate to be able to go to those events. And also a shout out to my boys at FC Buffalo who have a playoff game tonight in Michigan. And I know a couple of them are listening. So we're so proud that you're there, and good luck.
Was it Flint City? Who is it? Yeah.
Flint City. They're an absolute powerhouse. They've gone to they've won 4 national championships in our league and regularly have 3, 4, 5 players drafted into MLS. So it's going to be a huge challenge, and we're excited to have it.
Best of luck. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, buddy.
Nick Mendola. To the World Cup final, I'll be eager to see what the rating is. Messi brings people to the television based on what he's done in this tournament and whatever. It's the World Cup final. It'll be the biggest sporting event in the world this year. For the American numbers on the ratings, Fox says the numbers on Argentina-England is the most watched World Cup semifinal in U.S. television history, 15 million. The previous high was last World Cup, which this game was at 3 p.m., that game was at 2 p.m. I don't think that makes much of a difference, really. But France-Morocco was the previous high, and that was less than 7 million. So this year's World Cup semi between Argentina and England more than doubled the previous high for viewership of a World Cup semifinal. And we'll see what the final does on Sunday. Carl Jones is going to join me at 8 o'clock. We'll talk a little Bills. I was on his podcast. He asked me an interesting question about the Bills, their roster. I'll ask him my question about the top 10s. Who can get into the top 10s? Where can the Bills find some more love in Jeremy Fowler's series? It's coming up here on WGR.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL was tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, D.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
As I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the offseason, the same thing I did the offseason before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, honorable mentions that have a shot at this, but who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish. Certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is. Maybe a little more attention. Maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential, and we all also agree and say, well, if. And that's Kincaid. Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. And this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. Holy cow, I can't believe the Bills have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, since then, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Hanging out with Owen and Joe Cali. I don't know what that was for, really.
Smoky out there.
It is.
Yeah,
It is smoky out there.
Elevated respiration rates going around.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That just means you're breathing a little harder.
Yeah, a little more.
Yeah. Got to breathe more to get more oxygen in your lungs because
Yeah.
there's less oxygen in the air because it's more smoke. And it's a whole
There is some particulate matter that could get into your bloodstream, I guess.
particulate matter.
You got to be careful.
Particulate.
This
matter.
is where, like, it gets. I mean, I don't know what to do with it all. Instead, I'll just tell you a little bit of an update on the Dylan Larkin story.
Ooh.
So, found this that team writer Ansar Khan reports the rift between Larkin and Yzerman did not start over a quiet deadline. There's been some reporting that, like, Larkin wants out because they should have got help at the deadline and they didn't. Apparently, it traces back to 2018. The captaincy in Detroit sat vacant for 2 years after Zetterberg retired. Everyone, including Larkin, thought he was the choice, and Yzerman snubbed him for 2 years. And that was like the start of their rift.
Yeah.
And the story is, Helene St. James says she does not believe they can walk it back, that because Yzerman's no longer the GM, he's still going to be in the organization and around, that it's not going to repair things. Elliot Friedman says time will tell if the two sides can repair things, but it does appear to be like a deep enough rift with Yzerman that if he stays with the organization, then Larkin's going to still want to leave.
Yeah.
And again, Patrick Kane's decision still sitting here. Chelio says Buffalo or Chicago.
Yeah.
There you go. It's the latest.
That's interesting on Yzerman and Larkin. There's been sort of a, with Yzerman, he's an old school sort of a cat, and he's intense, and I think that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way over there. And it appears that Larkin was chief among those. And, I can see why Yzerman said, well, you're not the captain yet. You're too young. You haven't been in the league long enough. You haven't done anything.
I mean, Yzerman was the youngest captain ever, was he not?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
And maybe he was trying to protect him. Like,
maybe.
Listen, I did this, and it was too much. We've heard Jonathan Taves talked about being the captain in Chicago, and it almost wrecked him when he was that young as the captain. And, like, McDavid said how much pressure. Like, it's a big deal.
I mean, look at Eichel in Buffalo. How
Eichel
young
in
he
Buffalo,
was.
yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Exactly. And, like, putting that ladder means a lot more in hockey than I think in most other sports. It's a big heavy weight. It really is. That's why we're lucky Dahlin is as good at it as he is. I think Dahlin is as good a captain as you could hope for.
803-0550. Some football talk with Carl Jones of Channel 4 coming up on the other side. Carl of Buffalo Kickoff Live as well. One of his podcasts earlier this week, he asked me some interesting questions. I told him I'd turn around and ask him some coming up. So we'll talk Bills, talk top 10s. Jeremy Fowler's series of top 10s, what takeaways there are, who can next get on a top 10 for the Bills. So Carl coming up in a few minutes here on WGR.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL was tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's TJ Parker, Bradley Chubb, DJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
Finally, Pete, couple questions. You know, I'm always a Jersey question guy. There's a report that we're 10 days away from a new Bills jersey being revealed. Is that an accurate timeline?
There's some news on the jersey front for both teams this year, candidly. And, these things, Jeremy, a lot of them are not like we were talking about with the NHL guys, are a little bit of league-driven, so we're at the mercy of how they want to roll it out and at what timeline. So I can't really give any specifics on it, but I would say near future would not be wrong.
Near future. Is the Bills one part of a league initiative, or is it the Sabres one that's league initiative?
Sabres one is more league-driven. Bills is more Bills-driven. But, again, none of these are done in a vacuum. When it comes down to uniform decisions, you've obviously got the league. You've got the production partners as well that are part of it. Look, we talk to our players on a regular basis about what they like and what they don't like. And we don't typically make moves unless we feel pretty confident that they're on board as well. So there's a lot of discussion that takes place. This one I would call more team, but anytime you do anything on the uniform front, the league is heavily involved.
Yeah. Is it a full setup, or is it just a jersey, a helmet?
It's going to be a full set.
Okay. Full set.
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup comes to a close this weekend, first with the third-place match tomorrow at 5 o'clock between England and France, and then the final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Looking around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway as the Seahawks rookies have officially reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for the season. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that the Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to be on the field for Week 1. And running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints this season on a reworked deal. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break. The Red Sox today, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Any more expectations than we all already have. It seems like that we need all the pieces around him to continue to get better to help him get over that hump. Because if Josh is number one, he's at his best, right? If I'm not top 10 or if I'm not at number one, that means that I'm not at my best, which means I have to do better. Dawson, Dalton, Joe Brady, Cook, everybody has to do better. So we're all going to be that and do that so we can get over that hump and we can be exactly what we want to be and stop talking about it, right? Like, I'm ready for it. It's time. And I'm telling you, man, it's kill or be killed, and we're not playing around. We are not playing around with nobody.
Deion Dawkins on Good Morning Football talking about expectations. Josh Allen ranked the NFL's #1 quarterback on Jeremy Fowler's top 10 list. It's ranking season. That's how it goes. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Owen Parker, Joe Kelly here with me and joining me on the Western Hotline. Carl Jones. Carl, good morning.
Good morning, my fellow Syracuse alum. How are we doing today?
We're good. We're good. Carl, Channel 4, of course, Newhouse product at Syracuse, and we're going to talk some Bills. Carl, you had me on your show earlier this week to talk about, the Josh Allen Bills and the best ever teammates Allen's had. We filled out like a full roster, every starting position, and when we were done, you asked me, all right, what's the takeaway? And my takeaway was that maybe too many of the answers were on the team 4 years ago. And, it kind of had this feeling of where have the reinforcements come from? And maybe this is a year that happens. But I do think that the Jeremy Fowler series of the top 10s at every position, the Bills being so low on that list, and that's even with honorable mentions and others receiving votes, it kind of backs up what I think a lot of people do know, which is that this team needs some more Jimmies and Joes to make a difference.
For sure. I think for the better part of the last 5 years, I think you would say the Bills have a bunch of, from 10 to 53, the Bills have one of the best, if not the best roster in football, right? But 1 through 9 is where the issue always ran into, and I think that list perfectly encapsulates that once again. Obviously, you can add Cook onto that. I think Deion and even Spencer, I think, for a lot of reasons, is underrated. But once we get past those four, it's all right, we're really squinting here trying to make things – put guys into that bucket. So you're going to need some of those young guys, whether it is a Cole Bishop. Obviously, Christian Benford isn't the youngest guy anymore, but I believe he's still only 25, right? One of those defensive linemen, you're going to need those guys to take a pop. Whether it is also, a Skylar Bell, a Keon Coleman, maybe Jackson Hawes takes a leap that we never expected. So one of these guys are going to have to take a leap that when we look back 5 months from now, we're going to be like, yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
Carl, I want to get into the secondary. You're a former defensive back, and there's this Davis Enigma-Nosen pick and what it means for Max Hairston. There's a conversation to be had there that I want to get to. But the larger one is, do you think that they maybe have found someone, maybe 2-3 someones that can be great, or will they get what they've been really looking for in this coaching change, which is the coaching will bring out better results?
I think it's probably a perfect blend of it because – listen, I know every coach in the world thinks that they have the greatest techniques and they can scheme up anyone in the world. Listen, when you watch the Seattle Seahawks last year, Jackson Smith-Njigba was always an all-pro in the waiting. It's just that he finally had a year where it all came together, right? So, Clint Kubiak isn't the reason why Jackson Smith-Njigba is so amazing, right? Even if you look at the Seattle Seahawks and when you look at Byron Murphy, oh, my gosh, he's so good. That was Mike McDonald's doing. He was also a top 10 pick, and I can go down the list of players who are already on the good, already good and on the cusp of breaking out, and then they finally met that perfect blend of coaching. So, yes, you hope that Jim Leonard, taps into a little bit more of these guys' potential, but it's not like he's going to turn a player from a C to an A+, right? He's not going to turn Greg Rousseau into Myles Garrett. Now, can he turn Greg Rousseau into someone who can get maybe 10, 11 sacks depending on the year? Sure. Can he help Cole Bishop? I think Cole Bishop probably is the one player who was already trending upwards anyways. But listen, if you told me Cole Bishop finally broke all the way out, and I've been saying all offseason that he can be a player that can get an All-Pro or a Pro Bowl, I think that's in the cards. But we're not going to see players go from complete just good starters to All-Pros in 1 year. That just doesn't happen. One
thing I wonder is how much I should put into the defensive coordinator changed, because there are 15 defensive coordinator changes in the league this year. And I made a comment offhand the other day that I bet every team in the league thinks their defense is about to get better, maybe other than Houston and Denver, who are already great, and Seattle. But everybody thinks their defense is going to get better. Should Bills fans think this defense is going to be better?
I think it's going to get better in certain ways, and I think in others it could take a step back. I think when you look about the Buffalo Bills, they were one of the best teams in terms of defending the deep ball in the passing game, right? They did a good job of keeping the lid on things. If you want to play a more aggressive man-style defense with single high safeties, that's a more volatile defense where, yes, your corner's going to be more aggressive. I know Bills fans have been clamoring for years, why aren't the cornerbacks pressed on third down? Okay. Well, when a quarterback sees guys press on the outside, that's check fade a lot. And, that can either be a 30-yard touchdown or PBU, however that goes. So I think that's one department where things can change a little bit. I do think they'll blitz the quarterback a little bit more often as well, assuming that Jim Leonard sticks to his tendencies that he had back at Wisconsin as well as what we saw last year in Denver. But what comes with that, especially against mobile quarterbacks, is you can get gashed if the blitz is to get home. And we've seen Denver over the last few years get gashed depending on the quarterback that they play. So I think there are going to be some areas that you can expect to improve and others where I think you can expect to step back for sure.
Do you think Igbenogson and Hairston is a camp battle?
So I wasn't the highest on IGB coming out of Ohio State. As someone who watched him at OSU for the last 4 years, he got better each and every year, but I never thought he was an NFL starter. So I don't think it'll be a camp battle. But I will say, if the scheme that they want to play is somewhat similar to what they had in Denver, I think they're going to give him every chance to at least go out there and play. I don't think a guy who is physical, who is long, who can bumper run a little bit, that is someone who fits to a T what they like to do. And Max Harrison, for all of his strengths, isn't someone who profiles as that. I know when you see someone who runs a 4-2, you're like, oh, that's a man coverage guy. He might be able to do that, but he hasn't been asked to do that dating back to Kentucky, right? Like even last year, that wasn't his strong suit. So I remember watching Max last year at St. John Fisher and watching the one-on-ones with a close eye. I'm like, okay, I want to see how he looks at man coverage. And it was hit or miss. It wasn't great. I'll admit that. So I'm intrigued to see, okay, even though I wasn't that high on IGB as a prospect, I think the profile and maybe what he projects going forward is something that they're intrigued with. But I think the overall skill set of Max Harrison is just too good to just say, like, oh, my gosh, they're on even playing field at this point.
Yeah, right. And one thing about Harrison, like, of course, like as you're watching him, we were watching him at camp last year, he made it, like a handful of practices in before suffering that knee injury. If IGB does profile as a better fit there, not to say like Harrison is on the bench or anything, how could they use him? Would it just be like continuing to bring him along and work him into the kind of corner that they want to be? I guess what I'm asking is like, is this an example of Jim Leonard saying, the vision I have, I've got it, we might not hit that in year one?
I think this is one example of him throwing a bunch of darts, and I don't want to like say like a second round pick is just a dart, right? But Jim Leonard has admitted, I believe at least twice this offseason, that this is going to be an overnight success, right? He still has to get his guys into his vision of what he wants to do. And the vision I envision that he wants to have with his defense going forward is versatile players up front and players who can bump and run on the back end. IGB may not be 2AT perfect, all the attributes that you want as a cornerback, maybe not. But he has enough to where Jim Leonard says, you know what, let's roll the ball out there and see what the young pup got. So I think that's more so what it is, as opposed to, like, oh, man, like, all of my guys are going to play, like, week one. Like, no, let's just see what we have in these guys, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, let's just go with the guys that are already here.
Carl Jones joining us on the Western Hotline. Carl, to the offense, it's another offseason, again, ranking season, where the Bills' weapons are ranked low and not thought of to be all that good when compared to the league. Are they good enough this time around?
That's $1 million question, ain't it? I think that, for me, I've said all offseason, how you feel about the Bills' weapons is how you feel about the health of Dalton Kincaid and what you think about what happened to DJ Moore last season. If you think what happened to DJ Moore last year was a doing of Caleb Williams and just an awkward year all around in Chicago, then the weapons are enough. I mean, they were Brandon Cooks catch, drop, interception from playing in the AFC title game. But if you think that was the real deal, that, he's getting closer to 30, he's not the player that he used to be, maybe some of the attitude stuff will come over to Buffalo, then no, it's not enough, because I think at the end of the day, when you play deep into the postseason, AFC title games, and beyond, obviously, in the Super Bowl, you need that one guy who puts the fear of God in a back seven. And maybe Kincaid takes that leap to where he's a top 3 tight end, and he's the player that does that. But as it currently stands today, I don't know what, July 18th, 19th, whatever day we are at this point, that's the $1 million question, right? Because, Jeremy, if they roll the ball out there right now, you're playing the Denver Broncos, is Pat Surtain, like, does he have to guard DJ Moore? And if he doesn't, is DJ Moore going for 150 yards? I don't know. Like, I think that's the $1 million question.
Yeah. One thing about this like matchup stuff, and Keon Coleman is in this mix as well, and Josh Palmer, whether it's Skylar Bell, Khalil Shakir. I think Bills fans are hoping Kincaid can stay healthy, like you said, hoping Moore can make a difference. And then the third option becomes what? Is that Shakir can do more than they've been asking him to do. Coleman finds a lane that he can actually comfortably stay in. Cook, of course, in the run game. But in the passing game, who do you think ultimately gives them the biggest boost from a third option standpoint?
I think they're still going to lean on Khalil Shakir a little bit. I don't know how much they're going to change this offense, to be quite frank with you. By all the metrics, they've been very successful. I know they've had some really low lows. I mean, you talk about the Houston Texans games. I think back to Philly last year in Orchard Park. It's about as low as it gets. But I think Joe Brady, I don't want to speak for him, but they've EPA, success rate, drop back, all that stuff, they've been highly successful. And if they can get that one player who can stretch the defense, who can win on third down, and just plug them in there, I don't think they want to reinvent the wheel. I don't think we're going to go back to the days of basketball on grass in 2020 or 2021 where it's 11 personnel and just spreading it out all game. I think they want to lean into the fact they have an all-pro in the backfield. They want to lean into the fact that their 13 personnel with their 3 tight ends is the best personnel in football. So I don't know how many targets are going to be left for a Keon or a Josh Palmer to be that impactful. So it probably will end up being Khalil Shakir if Dalton Kincaid ends up being their bona fide number 2.
Carl Jones joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, Carl, now to the rest of the league. You know, the Bills, of course, we're evaluating the Bills against themselves. The rest of the league and the AFC, let's stick with the AFC. Who had the best offseason of the AFC contenders, do you think?
I think that I actually got this question a few days ago. I think there's 2 teams that really stick out. I really love what the Chargers did getting Mike McDonald. I thought they've always had, let's just say, a lack of continuity at offensive coordinator. I didn't really like I never liked any of their style or anything like that. Mike McDaniel, for all of his warts, he was a damn good OC under Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. Then obviously he called a good offense in Miami. You get him to the best quarterback he's ever had in Justin Herbert. They should probably get their 2 all-pro tackles back this year. I haven't heard anything about Rashawn Slater not coming back healthy, and then obviously Joe Alt on the other side. So I'm really intrigued to see how that offense goes. But they lose their defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter, who was really good. And the other team that I think benefited this offseason was the team who acquired him, the Baltimore Ravens. Getting Jesse Minter, who I've been a big fan of since he terrorized my Buckeyes at Michigan. Trey Hendrickson, I think, is a pretty good player as well. And then the underrated thing of the offseason, they get their all-pro, first-team all-pro defensive tackle back in Justin Nnamdi Madubuike, excuse me. So you get Hendrickson, Madubuike. The defense should be healthier. I think those 2 teams should be pretty happy with their offseason.
Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. Carl, thanks for the time, and I'm sure we'll talk again during camp.
Appreciate you. You have a good one.
All right, Carl Jones, Channel 4. Buffalo Kickoff Live. The Syracuse University product himself. 803-0550. Any of the questions I had for Carl, you want to answer them, your takes on them? Give it to us, 803-0550. Joe Kelly's got a clip here for you. I'm not going to tease this one. I'm just going to play it because it's one of the great upsets of all time, this clip. It's Jason Garrett is on the Dan Patrick Show, right? Okay. Owen, if I were to tell you, Owen, you've not heard this clip, I don't think.
I have not.
If I were to tell you, I'm going to play you a clip on the Dan Patrick Show of Jason Garrett, you're probably thinking, what did he say? Something ridiculous.
Probably.
He tends to be the kind of person who're like, what?
Yeah.
But it's not Jason Garrett that's the problem.
Oh, no.
It's Dan Patrick.
Dan. Oh, no.
This, I clicked this. It's such a click. All right, let's see what Garrett had to say. This is going to come at you quick.
Okay.
The opening, the question itself, jaw-dropping. Joe Kelly hit it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Look, I love Josh Allen, but he's a regular season quarterback. Like I have to look.
I'd be careful of that.
What?
For
Thank
years,
you, Jason. Get him, Jason.
Dan Patrick? Oh, yeah, Josh Allen's just a regular season quarterback.
What are we doing?
What?
Man.
I tend to not think that this narrative is real other than people with anonymous Twitter accounts in Baltimore.
Right.
Dan Patrick just casually says that in a question? I'm with you. I think he's pretty good. He's a regular season quarterback. What? In the last 48 hours, 72 hours, the Denver game has become this new, you can't have him as the best quarterback because of the Denver game.
And really, how much of the Denver game is just the halftime fumble?
Well, a halftime fumble.
That's
He had a halftime
really the
fumble.
problem.
He fumbled twice, and he had 2 picks. One of them we think he might have been caught. Whatever.
Right. Whatever.
Like, what?
That is psychotic.
That is a premium guy. I think is good. I think a regular season quarterback. He's got some of the best postseason statistics
ever over a big sample size ever.
Right. Well, now you're having people cherry pick that even and say he's a wild card quarterback.
Oh, great.
That's
Yeah.
what's happening now.
Listen,
So-
if there is one criticism, it's not really of him. And how far do we want to go in QB wins, right? Like a quarterback is responsible for wins and not wins because the internet in the last, like I said, 72 hours of ranking season, talking about Allen versus Mahomes. The number of people that are like, listen, I think Allen's probably the most talented and the most valuable, but I just can't give it to him because of what happened in 2022.
Yeah.
What? How is that? How do I'm like stumbling for words here. Can Bijan Robinson not be the league's best running back because his team hasn't won enough games? He's the best running back. Maybe we're Gibbs. Who's the league's best receiver? Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Can it not be him because his team lost a playoff game to another team?
Right. Did he drop one football? He's not the best anymore?
What? Right.
What?
So this is what ranking season is intended to do. And it's working.
It is.
Because it's getting, the reaction out there. But holy cow. I couldn't believe that was just like as the introductory, oh, yeah, well, I mean, he's a regular season quarterback. Who was that even true of? Lamar. If anything, I like Lamar a lot.
Yeah. But he could get to that level.
I'm not even
for
sure.
him.
I think Lamar's like a half a regular season quarterback now because he doesn't ever play.
Right.
Yeah.
And I got Dan Patrick dropping a casual Josh Allen. Yeah, but he's a regular season quarterback. Holy cow.
Man.
It was casual.
Maybe part of what it is for me about like Allen and the turnovers in that game will they turned the ball over 5 times, right? Because there was a Cook fumble too. They turned the ball over 5 times. Allen had 4 turnovers. And what was the score? Overtime.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to win the game with 4 turnovers, which this is a point that I like to make a lot. And since it's about to be football season again, it means they get to start making it again. The goal is not to have 0 turnovers. It should never be your goal. There are a lot of quarterbacks that would walk into a game in Denver, have 0 turnovers, and their team would lose.
Mm-hmm.
How many did Jarrett Stidham have in that? Or sorry, what did Drake May do in the Denver game?
Oh,
did he have 4 turnovers? No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No.
I just don't.
But how many points they put up? 3?
Yeah,
Right,
it was not
none.
the same game. They did not play well. If it was
Absurd.
Bo Nix playing, that would
I
have
gotta
been
see.
over.
I gotta see if he had any. The final score was 10-7 in that game.
Yeah.
And
I forgot about that nightmare
I know,
of a
right?
game.
I don't think I watched
Let me find
much.
what May actually did. He's not. Drake May 0 interceptions.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
He's the best guy. That's the best guy.
He had 0 turnovers. And he did 10 of 21 for 86 yards. 0 turnovers. Okay.
That's a postseason quarterback, right?
I guess.
Right. He went to the Super Bowl. Is he a postseason quarterback, or did he almost win an MVP and then flame out and kind of got carried by a decent team through a really
New
bad
England
playoff
did
schedule?
not turn the ball over that day. They lost. We got the. No, yeah, they won. They won. They won. They did not turn the ball over. They scored 10.
Yep.
Right.
10
Touchdown and field goal.
by playing a backup quarterback. Allen turns the ball over 4 times. They score 30. This is going to sound like I'm just defending like 30 should be enough to win. Often it should be enough to win. Turnovers are bad, but they aren't killers when your team is actually great. When your quarterback's great, you can afford 3 turnovers in a game.
Right, because that guy will just go get it back for you. And like that's their superpower, and it has not helped them enough.
Once it's football season, so I can dust off this take that I probably give every 3 weeks. But how many punts did New England have in that game against Denver? 8.
Oh my gosh.
8 punts.
Good Lord.
Well, hey, you had no interceptions. Great, congratulations. 8 punts. Bryce Behringer, the New England punter, had 303 yards of punting.
Whoa.
New England as a team, their team total offense was 206. They punted for more yards than they had on offense. So many NFL evaluations so obsessed with turnovers Like, what would you rather have? Would you rather have 10 points and no turnovers or 30 points and 4? Like, I understand you want to say the 4 turnovers make it harder to keep that other team under 30? Maybe. What does 8 punts do?
Right.
And you could even, yes, the Brandon Cooks catch was a turnover, but realistically it was 3 for Allen, aside from that.
Right. That one is certainly not on him.
No.
Even if it, however you feel about the catch,
right.
like that's certainly not an interception that's on the quarterback.
Right. I think the fumble is so magnified because it's the margin of the game, right? The 3 points.
Sure.
Right.
I had
And
someone
I think
write to me that they can't choose Allen as the best quarterback because Mahomes would not have had that fumble. Like, I mean,
He
right.
would have made
Come on.
6 other plays that Allen did make.
He was home on crutches because his team was under 500 with him as a starter.
Right.
I know it's not about QB wins. I know. But man, everyone just like all of a sudden decided like, oh, that game is why he can't be the best.
Right.
Oh yeah, is that right?
And even more than that, like
Scotty Scheffler misses the cut this week. He's just not the best golfer anymore.
He's still favored the next week.
He can't be the best golfer anymore. He missed the cut. How do you miss a cut? Craziness.
So stupid.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. What team is most interesting in the league to you that's not the Bills?
Chargers.
I really like the Chargers.
All right, I have to pick somebody else now because you guys both picked the Chargers.
The Saints could be up there too. Kind of. If Shuck can produce again.
Yeah. Chris Olave just made his first appearance in the NFL's top 100.
Oh.
Yep.
What
He
are
is
they at?
he is not signed.
Right.
He is playing on a 5th-year option. He is not signed.
That's right.
What number was
What
he?
should the Bills do in the offseason? They should pay Chris Olave $180 million.
Offer sheet Chris Olave.
He'll just be he'll be a free agent. And they could franchise tag him.
Right.
They won't get Chris Olave. It's fine. It's
No,
fine.
I don't think
it's
they
fine.
will.
He has not been extended though. I'm sure he wants
Is that
$32 million, $35 million.
Want some
That's
money.
just I'm scared about your head, right? From
Maybe
the Saints. Like,
maybe
'cause
he
he's
played
awesome.
he played a full season last year for the most. I mean, a pretty full season last year.
Yeah.
He had the blood clot issue in his lung, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's great.
He's good.
He is awesome.
100 catches, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns. Not that many targets. And again, like the quarterback for half the year was Rattler. He had 156 targets. Yeah, and 100 catches. Like that's a quarterback stat.
Yeah.
Wonder what his catchable ball rate was. I can check that out. Anyway, 803-0550 is our number, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Can you believe Dan Patrick just casually suggesting in a question to Jason Garrett he's a regular season quarterback, and Garrett has to be the one that steps in and says, I don't know about that.
Right.
Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
Give Belknap a ring.
Finally, Pete, a couple questions. You know, I'm always a jersey question guy. There's a report that we're 10 days away from a new Bills jersey being revealed. Is that an accurate timeline?
There's some news on the jersey front for both teams this year, candidly. And, these things, Jeremy, a lot of them are not like we were talking about with the NHL schedule, are a little bit of league-driven, so we're at the mercy of how they want to roll it out and at what timeline. So I can't really give any specifics on it, but I would say near future would not be wrong.
Near future. Is the Bills one part of a league initiative, or is it the Sabres one that's league initiative?
Sabres one is more league-driven. Bills is more Bills-driven. But again, none of these are done in a vacuum. When it comes down to uniform decisions, you've obviously got the league, you've got the production partners as well that are part of it. Look, we talk to our players, on a regular basis about what they like and what they don't like. And we don't typically make moves unless we feel pretty confident that they're on board as well. So there's a lot of discussion that takes place. This one I would call more team, but anytime you do anything on the uniform front, the league is heavily involved.
Yeah. Is it a full setup, or is it just a jersey, a helmet?
It's going to be a full set.
Okay. Full set. as I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the offseason, the same thing I did the offseason before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, like honorable mentions that have a shot at this, but who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish, certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is, maybe a little more attention, maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential, and we all also agree and say, like, well, if, and that's Kincaid. Like, Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been like 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So, for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. And this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. How, holy cow, I can't believe the Bills have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, like, since then, you know, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign.
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule was released yesterday for anything and everything on the schedule. Paul Hamilton has a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup continues this weekend. It comes to a close, first with the third-place match tomorrow at 5 between England and France, and then the final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina at 3 o'clock. Looking around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway, as the Seahawks rookies have reported. The Bills report in just under 2 weeks. And in other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to be on the field in Week 1. And Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for this season. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break. The Red Sox, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Is it a full setup or is it just a jersey, a helmet?
It's going to be a full set.
Okay, full set. Pete Gwelly joined us this morning. I asked him about uniforms because, what else am I going to do? And there have been some reporting the Bills will get a new uniform coming up on the 27th. He did not confirm a date, but did say soon both the Bills and Sabres will have a new uniform available. The Sabres have one as part of a league directive. That's the Hometown Remix, I think we said it's called. And for the Bills, it's just the team has decided to add another uniform set. Of course, you have to clear stuff with the league, but whole new set, helmet, everything. That's coming. If you believe sportslogos.net, I believe that's who it was, they reported that it would be Monday the 17th. Sorry, 27th. Today's the 17th. Monday the 27th would be the new set of uniforms for the Bills, 2 days before training camp. There have been some leaks online of a gray set, and I think people think it's going to be gray. Will it be the one that we've seen online? I don't know. New helmet, new jersey, Highmark inaugural season jersey, something like that. So there you go. Confirmation that it is coming. And they are going to wear their rivalries this year. So you'll have the regular uniform setups. Is there still a color rush or a red candy cane or whatever? And rivalry and this new one that doesn't have a name yet. I'm excited to find out what we call it. I don't even. Once we get what it looks like, we got the slug, right? The goat head, the slug, the Bledsoe era uniforms. Sometimes those are like World League. We've got the Stormtroopers. When the Bills wear all white.
The Stormtroopers.
Right? Is that all of them? The Turd Burgers for the Sabres. We had those.
Sneaky Joe was wearing that around in the playoff run.
Yeah, jeez. So whatever it is, we'll give it its own name. And this new uniform, when it gets revealed, I'm excited to find out what we're going to call it. If it's gray, Joe Cali has already – maybe the stadium set will be what it is called because it looks like if it looks like the stadium, it's gray. Anyway, 803-0550. Get some calls in here on the Bills talking about what'll be different this time around. We're, now 12 days from the start of training camp. Seahawks rookies report today. So if you're one of these people that's like, football's back, but it's back like 10 times, today's the first one. Eagles rookies. Tomorrow, I think I saw 49ers rookies. I have the full rundown here. Yeah, Niners rookies tomorrow. And through the weekend, by the time we get back on Monday, it's just those two. On Monday the 21st, Bills rookies go on the 21st. So that's Tuesday. But Niners and Seahawks early. Is that because they're playing that game overseas? Where are they playing? They're playing in Australia? Is that the Australia game?
I want to say so.
No, that's Rams and Niners.
Where are they playing?
They're playing in Melbourne.
Okay.
So why are the Seahawks there so early? I don't know. I don't have the answer. They just want to get their rookies in. For the Rams, they open I don't have the dates for their camp here at NFL.com. All right, we'll get some calls in so I can stop doing this. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Owen. It's been a while since I talked to you, so there's about three things I just wanted to touch on. First off, I heard that IMAX in Rochester for the Odyssey movie, they'll be serving Cobb salads, number one.
Perfect.
And
Joe being very, very excited.
So will Joe. And the second thing is Barry Sanders was a regular season running back. Tell that to Dan Patrick. Third, I've been keeping an ear out. Thank God for the quarterback show that's showing on Netflix. It's audio description. This kid, Cam Ward, I've learned more about Cam Ward in this show, and I think he's going to be a beast. And the most interesting team off season right now for me is the Titans. I'm kind of interested in seeing what they're going to do for the season with Dable joining up with them and seeing what he's going to do with Cam Ward. As far as the Buffalo Bills, I'm very excited about the defense and see what Leonard does with them. With that, it's always a great time to catch up with you guys. I love you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for the phone call. Leonard comes in with, well, two things. Lofty expectations because, the Bills have to win and they need their defense to perform. But also a little bit of the anything that doesn't look McDermott-y will be good. Anything that's not McDermott-y, it'll be good. I started thinking about the opener of this week. The Bills open in Houston, which is, is that the toughest? Who's got the toughest opening game? At Houston is on the short list, is it not? Because I was looking at the opening games, like Niners, Rams, New England at Seattle. That's a pretty tough one. That's as tough as it gets too, right? The Super Bowl champs on the road, prime time, and Seattle's good. Past that, just the AFC teams, the teams we care about, who they opening with. The Bengals are home against the Bucks. That seems okay. The Ravens are opening on the road at Indy. Do I include Jacksonville in this mix? Okay, sure. They're home against the Browns. Where am I next? The Chiefs are home against the Broncos. The Chargers are home against Arizona. Like that Chiefs-Broncos game. The Broncos are good too. But for the Bills, road Houston. I'm half inclined to ask, what team would lose and freak out? Like if the Bills lost to Houston to open the season, would there be a corresponding freak out? Because it would present a couple things. One, Houston might be very good. There's no doubt about that. They could be good. But if they're to lose to Houston, that would, if nothing else, without even seeing the game, who knows what the game looks like, same old. That's a team they don't beat. The flip side of that is if they beat Houston in Houston, we would maybe be boosted quite a bit by saying, like, they did a thing they couldn't do before, which was win in Houston. They've lost multiple games in Houston and looked bad and looked like they can't do things offensively. And, I just think there's a lot of potential juice on that opening game.
Yeah, it's a swing. I definitely think that's true because, like you said, either result is going to spark everything that happens this year. Really is going to be looked at in, well, is this like it was before, or is this different?
Yeah,
everything will be filtered through that lens, and most of all, obviously, the first time we get to see them play, and so that I think will be a massive sort of swing moment of. If they look like they have answers on offense for that defense that has really, thrown a wrench into their whole operation a few times now, if Brady's able to go in there and dice them up a little and Allen looks good and Moore's got 100 yards, people are going to be fired up because that's going to be, look at all the new shiny stuff. The new receiver looks good and the head coach had answers for a team he could never beat before. And all this stuff, and I think it's going to be really interesting. I think we've been talking about since the schedule came out. These opening games, it's going to be a gauntlet, and it could swing them in a really. It could put them down two very different paths. To me, it could supercharge them into it worked, everything's firing. We removed the McDermott issue,
the McDermottectomy,
which is what they are that's kind of the vibe, and it's all fixed now. Or it could be, they struggle, and it's there's good teams that they're going to have to beat here early, and if they can't, then it's going to be panic time for a lot of people, I think, and that's scary.
Considering they haven't beaten the Texans since 2006 in Houston,
been a while.
That would be a huge statement to make right out of the gate. So, and the McDermottectomy thing, does it? I guess I don't want to get too far into that, but is it not? Would we have already? All we're hearing about right now is, will Joe Brady have the chains released and all of that, right, from the offense?
Yep.
Has this offseason really been all that different from a McDermott offseason so far, other than DJ Moore?
I don't think so.
No.
So
they drafted the same kind of defensive ends they often have.
Yeah.
No, I think that we are. This happens in any sport, when O'Reilly got traded and the Blues were in last place. It was see, he's not a winner. Mm-hmm. The early reviews are of any trade or any shakeup, I think we're all likely to confirm our priors. Diggs he's off to Houston. Like, oh, he's washed. Remember he was here, he's washed. And turns out he's not washed. And the Bills did miss a presence like him. But early on, what were the Bills? Probably 4-1. And he caught 10 passes in Houston and nobody cared. A year later, it's year 2 of needing a receiver as he goes for 10 and 130 against you in a win. So I think whenever you make a big change that's an emotional change, you are inclined to seek the differences, right? This defense is going to be aggressive. Yeah, finally. I feel like everybody says that every year.
Right.
I'm eager to see if it is and how different it is, but I don't want to just lock into the idea that everything that needed to be different will be, and everything that needs to stay the same will stay the same. I don't know. We're entering a new world of fourth down decision-making.
Right.
A new world of whether or not they kick the field goal, take the points, go for 2, all these little tests that we have for other teams, and there's a lot of those. And McDermott was very bad at those early, but got a lot better, and I don't know what Brady is going to do.
Right.
They made a point, the Bills did, to point out that in his job interview that they ran tons of game script scenarios, this and that, and then he aced the test, which sounds good until you realize that we don't know what the Bills think the right answers are.
We don't have the key.
Right. Are the Bills, what are the right answers? Is what the numbers say? Is Bill Barnwell's go for it chart what the Bills are using for those questions, or is it their own
philosophy
their own analytics person, whoever that is?
Yep.
I don't know what the right answers on the test are.
Right.
Oh, I asked him 10 questions. He got them all right. What were the questions? Oh, don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what the questions were, so I have to kind of wait to see how he develops in that department.
Yeah, I think that there's what this whole system, this whole thing changing the way it has done to me is it's both lowered the floor and raised the ceiling on what this team will be. Because we don't know how Brady's going to handle any of this stuff. Like you said, game management. How's he going to handle it when something goes wrong? Because something will go wrong eventually. It's not all going to be good. And I think McDermott was good at let's keep everything stable. Everything is how it always has been here, and that was frustrating, I think, in a lot of ways, but it also provided an environment that was not volatile, and it did not swing high and low as much as I think some organizations do, and we don't know whether Brady picked that up off of McDermott or whether he's going to run a little hotter or what it's going to look like. There's all these unanswered questions, and so I think you've got this really wide range of outcomes here that I think is different distinctly from past seasons where you're going in and you almost cannot ever see a world where this team doesn't win 10 games, at least. And that to me is not there anymore because you don't know if this could blow up in some way. And that possibility to me has grown significantly.
If it were to blow up, doesn't it look like a Baltimore season?
Yeah.
Where they're 9-8 and 10.
100%.
Blowing up is still, they could make it. And then
Yeah.
if they got in, you'd say, again, this is just blowing up. You'd say, well, I'll take Josh Allen in the playoffs. They were a wild card last year.
Yeah.
Was last year on some level a little bit of a blow up? You didn't win the division for the first time in 6 years.
Last year was, to me, as bad as it could go under McDermott.
Yeah.
Right? I think he did, the way that whole season went was okay, this is tight, and there's some bumps that we're hitting here, but generally, we know what we're getting still. And now I don't feel quite as confident in that, that I know what I'm getting.
803-0550 is our phone number. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to more of your calls. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So yesterday, we went through safeties. Jeremy Fowler's series of the top 10 at every position and how all these teams landed. All right, how many top 10 players did you get? And the Bills got 2. All right, well, how many does another team get? How many do these, Team X, Team Y, Team? What are they getting? What's their number? And when you compare them, there's a gap. And I guess the thing I wanted to get to today was, what about this year's team will be different? Why will it be different this time? Because for the most part, they changed coach. We know they changed coach and coordinators, but it's Josh Allen and good players. But on these lists of top 10 players, the Bills still are lacking. 2 in the top 10. By comparison, here's a list of teams that do not have Josh Allen, but do have a number of top 10 players. The Lions have 9 players that made the top 10, according to executives and coaches and scouts. The Bills didn't have 9 players named. The Lions have 9 top 10. The Eagles have 8. The Chiefs have 7. The Texans have 6. The Broncos have 5. The Ravens, Cowboys, Niners, Rams, they all have 5 in the top 10 of their respective position. That's quarterback, running back, tackles, interior line, defensive end, all the positions that Jeremy Fowler does. I feel like this Jeremy Fowler, this series, this piece has, for me, kind of overtaken the NFL's top 100 because Fowler's methodology seems to be better. He's asking executives and scouts and coaches, getting quotes, and, kind of lining them up. Whereas in the NFL top 100, the players are asked to write players down, and every year it kind of looks a little goofy, and maybe we shouldn't trust it too much. A bit of a popularity contest. So here are these other contending teams with more top 10 players than the Bills have players even mentioned for honorable mention or others receiving votes. And I don't think that's any sort of, death sentence for the Bills. It kind of has been the life they've lived for the last couple of seasons, right? If you go back 3-4 years, maybe they would get 4 guys in the top 10 of their respective position. Maybe, prime Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, they all make it. Maybe prime Matt Milano makes it. Maybe, a couple more here or there. Diggs, of course, would have made it when he's on the team. And now it's just down to Allen and Cook. The tackles are mentioned. Ed Oliver gets mentioned. And Connor McGovern's the other that gets a mention. From there, you're just not seeing a lot of guys that are top 10 at their position. So what will be different this time? And I guess the other question is, how different does it have to be? Finally, Pete, a couple questions. I'm always a jersey question guy. There's a report that we're 10 days away from a new Bills jersey being revealed. Is that an accurate timeline?
There's some news on the jersey front for both teams this year, candidly. And, these things, Jeremy, a lot of them are not like we were talking about with the NHL schedule, are a little bit of league-driven, so we're at the mercy of how they want to roll it out and at what timeline. So I can't really give any specifics on it, but I would say near future would not be wrong.
Near future. Is the Bills one part of a league initiative, or is it the Sabres one that's league initiative?
Sabres one is more league-driven. Bills is more Bills-driven. But, again, none of these are done in a vacuum. When it comes down to uniform decisions, you've obviously got the league, you've got the production partners as well that are part of it. Look, we talk to our players on a regular basis about what they like and what they don't like. And we don't typically make moves unless we feel pretty confident that they're on board as well. So there's a lot of discussion that takes place. This one I would call more team, but anytime you do anything on the uniform front, the league is heavily involved.
Yeah. Is it a full setup, or is it just a jersey, a helmet?
It's going to be a full set.
Okay. Full set. Oh, mentioned today, Pete Gwillick confirms a full new uniform set for the Bills. I guess I didn't clarify in my tweet, and I should. That's an alternate. Like, they're not getting brand new uniforms. It's just there's going to be an additional uniform, and they will wear it this year, and it will be introduced somewhat soon. I think in the next, maybe 2 weeks. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a change in your heating and cooling bills? Give Belknap a ring. Belknap are a presenting sponsor of our feed on YouTube. And if you do notice a change in your bills, 0% financing for the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. A couple callers on hold on the football team. We'll get to that. We're wide open. Heading to the weekend. Join us next here on WGR.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL is tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, P.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
Yeah.
There you go.
The Sabres' full 84-game schedule was released yesterday. For anything and everything on said schedule, visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup has come to a close this weekend. First, with the third-place match tomorrow. That'll be at 5 o'clock. That'll be between England and France. And then the final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina. That'll be at 3 o'clock. Around the NFL, training camps beginning to get underway as the Seahawks rookies will report today. The Bills, they report in just under 2 weeks. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport believes that Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, is on track to be on the field for Week 1. Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens will officially play under the franchise tag for this season. And running back Alvin Kamara will play for the Saints on a reworked deal this season. In baseball, the Mets, they beat the Phillies 4-1. The rest of the schedule gets moving following the All-Star break today. The Red Sox, they host the Rays at 1:35. The Yankees host the Dodgers at 7:05. And the Blue Jays, they host the White Sox at 7:15. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Story. That's been a story for a long time in a lot of different sports. How the guy can't break through. The guy can't break through. The guy can't break through. He's not good enough. And then he breaks through. The circumstances around him are better, and then he's able to do that. So Josh Allen will win a Super Bowl, and I believe he's going to win multiple Super Bowls, and he's knocking on the door.
I know.
Jason Garrett with Dan Patrick, and then Dan Patrick appears to be ready to dispute that. Dan Patrick, who said that Josh Allen is a regular season quarterback. I'm not one to really get behind like bulletin board material and haters and all that. I think that Josh tends to get his fair share of praise, but then Dan Patrick just drops that regular season quarterback, and I'm frankly stunned. 803-0550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. He's got his member guest golf tournament, a totally reasonable reason to be take a day. Not saying that in any way, sort of like that's legit. I had a friend ask me like, "What's your best advice?" I've played in exactly one of these, so what's my best advice? My best advice for that is kind of like, I don't know, any golf match you really get into. Owen and I, we played with Brett, our buddy Brett and Bulldog yesterday, and one thing that every once in a while when you're playing golf you realize is when you care and think about shots, turns out that helps.
So what do you know?
Yeah, like actually thinking and planning. Like, what if I think about this shot?
Effort.
Hold
Effort
on.
leads to results.
Let me not just walk up there and whack. Hold on. What if I plan this? Execution can still be a problem, but at least there's a plan.
Right.
Because
exactly.
Anyway, 803-0550 is our number, in 1-888-550-2550. Sabres schedule's out. That's good. Bills schedule's out. We already knew what that was, but we're also going to get to 3 weeks from tomorrow is the Blue and Red. We'll be at the brand new stadium. Cannot wait. Excited to get in there, see what it's all about. I mean, I've been through a couple times. I did not go to the ribbon cutting, so I've not seen it in its full finish. But from bathrooms to, is it wrong that the first thing I want to do is go look at a bathroom?
No.
I don't think so. That's perfectly acceptable, normal behavior.
It's a necessity.
Good. And, the real quick on bathrooms, there's going to be two specific, male only. I've only been in the men's bathrooms. The troughs get all the attention.
Mm-hmm.
How come we don't talk more about the Bison's setup with what they have with the giant, what those are?
I don't even know.
They're so weird.
Yeah, they are.
Like 10 gallons of water in each one.
Yeah, they're enormous.
I don't understand those.
I forgot about that, actually. I haven't been to a Bison's game in a while.
Yeah, every time I'm like, man, look at these
they're
monsters.
Ginormous.
All right, anyway.
I don't even know what I would call that thing.
I have no idea either. They're just, every time I'm jarred by They're odd. All right, Anthony in Buffalo, back to football. Hey, Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So you guys, the segment before you were talking about, what a tough schedule, the tough opening schedule and the Bills playing Houston. So, for me, my opinion here is I'm always a Sean McDermott fan. So, Brady, I almost feel like, Jim Leonard has the hardest, obstacle to overcome because we're all so very familiar with the defense. And if they go into Houston with a C.J. Stroud offense who played terrible against New England, and if they work the ball all around our defense, I am going to be panicking regardless of how good our offense is. So, that's just my opinion, guys. I'm hopefully the Bills make the leap this year. That would be wonderful. But enjoy the rest of the day, and thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Anthony, for the phone call. I would say, as much as we're saying that potentially, like, what would happen if they were to lose their opener, they've lost openers before and been fine in this era. They lost to Pittsburgh, right?
I was at that one. That was a nightmare.
They lost to the Jets on the road.
I was at that one, too.
So
maybe I should just stop going to openers, I guess. that might be what I've discovered here in this moment. Yeah.
Seems maybe like that's a good plan.
Yeah. No, they've historically lost openers, so it wouldn't be DEFCON 5. There would be a little bit of panic, though, I could see from people.
Yeah, I just think it would be more than the average year just because of how much has shifted and the anxiety around that I think it would get to people more so than a typical year, I would think.
Last year they opened the season. I got to try and remember here. They opened with the Ravens and the comeback, which a game that they definitely should have lost.
Yes.
Definitely should have lost. They start 4-0. They lose to New England and Atlanta, and it's the bye week. And are we panicking at that point? It's, they always have a lull, right?
Right.
Lost to Miami, lost to Houston, did not lose again until the Eagles game. They lost by a point. Yeah, the ups and downs of that year. What's the high point of last year? Probably beating New England the second time.
Yeah, the second
comeback win, 35-31. We're back. The division is back on. Then by losing to the Eagles, that kind of went away.
Yeah. Right.
Put a damper on that quick.
Unfortunately, so.
I think that's the thing I'm curious about for this season is, will that lull still persist? Because it was a routine thing every year with McDermott at the helm and all of that.
I guess. I mean, if they lose 5 games and there's never back-to-back, is that really any different
I guess
than
not.
having a 2-game losing streak like they did, I think, every year with McDermott?
Right. I also want to ask how much is a 2-game losing streak a lull, and just that's what happens when you play NFL football. Sometimes you'll lose back-to-back games.
Yeah.
And they're so good that doesn't happen more than once a year. And so it's always that's when they lost the 2 games. It's sort of an unfair, would you say the Browns had a lull last year? No,
Right.
they just were bad.
They're bad, right.
And they lost a bunch of games. And I don't know. Lull maybe is strong for
the
me.
lull was Ken Dorsey limping to 500 and that. That's
right.
more
That
of a
was
lull.
more significant to me than just a pair of losses.
Dorsey, of course, before getting fired, a month before, we were the highest we'd been on the team maybe ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Things
crazy.
were going great. Sean in North Carolina. Hey, Sean. Maybe not ever.
How we doing, guys?
How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah, I was listening to that segment before, just like the other gentleman. We talked about, not really knowing what we're getting with Brady. We knew what to expect with McDermott in a game. But I think everybody kind of forgets that we did bring, and I know this isn't the greatest name in the world to bring in, but he does have some success. We brought in John Fox as a senior consultant. So, situationally, things that Brady hasn't seen as a head coach, as he hasn't been a head coach before. I'm pretty sure Fox has been through it, seen it. Yes, he hasn't had the best success, but he has been to 2 Super Bowls, has had some success. I think being with the Bears, that's kind of a null point because they have pretty much been a dumpster fire for a long time. But I think we have a little faith in him. I'm pretty sure them guys are probably looking at scenarios and going over that, stuff we don't see right now. I'm pretty sure Fox and Brady are going over that, and hopefully that experience will help lead to good things and not being in situational problems that we've seen with McDermott, timeouts, burning clock, just not really being smart with things, and hopefully that experience can help out. I'll sit back. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Sean. I don't think of McDermott. All right, where were his timeout mistakes? The Kodaks, he wanted those all the time. If Jim Leonard wants those, does he get those, right? Like McDermott would want a timeout and a look. Like, all right, what are we lining up in? What are they lining up in? Let's take a timeout. Let's see. Running clock management, I don't know. I tend to think he was on the better side of them. Some head coaches are so bad, and he was not always bad. I think sometimes they played for field goals and they were conservative sometimes, but I don't think of him as bad at that. Maybe you do. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The veteran thing about Fox, without trying to say it's bad anyway, I just wonder, most things I'm going to think about my team having, I'm going to want to know, is that an advantage? Do other coaches have that? Do other coaches need that, right? Does the veteran coach in Joe Brady's ear make him as good at preparing for a game as Sean McVay? I don't know. Does McVay have a veteran on his staff? I guess I could go in and look. Does McVay not need that? Does Kyle Shanahan not need that because he had his dad for as many years as he did? I'm not disputing the point that it is of value. I just wonder, what does it give me as an advantage? I mean, you're not leaning on John Fox on, hey, it's 4th and 6, what should we do? Maybe it's a little bit more of, how do I handle the personalities in the room? How do I handle this moment? What's the right tone to strike in a speech after we've lost 2 in a row? Something like that. Now, we've got a bit of a problem with the players. They're not happy about travel or whatever it might be. That might be where you lean on the coach that's the veteran. But play to play, down in, down out, I don't know. I mean, Brady was an offensive coordinator for this team and had multiple guys on staff that were also offensive coordinators. Are they also having a role in what he did in addition to McDermott keeping his thumb on it? Like, how much of what they did was actually Brady? Like, I'm excited to find that out. In part because there are two elements to this. It's not just that McDermott left. It's that Aaron Kromer's gone too, and there are some that believe that Aaron Kromer is the one that's responsible for a lot of their run game success. Well, maybe we'll find out. It's another variable that we kind of introduced this year, is having Brady be the head guy, and he hired basically a whole new staff. The defensive staff has completely changed, and offensively, it's new offensive coordinator to go with him, his right-hand man, Pete Carmichael, the offensive line coach. Like, they made a lot of changes. So, we'll see. CJ in Buffalo is back as we get closer to football season. CJ, good morning.
Hey, guys. I don't know if it's that I'm excited for the season or if I'm looking for stuff. I've never watched highlights of anybody we've ever drafted over the years, but I looked at Skylar Bell's videos, and for some reason I'm looking at him, and his style looks similar to Cole Beasley, except he's faster. I don't know if that's the offense they're going for, if they're leaning towards that day ball. Let's bring a little bit of that into it. I know you and Joe was talking about it. I don't know if it's yesterday or today. As far as the offense can't go more towards running, it would have to go more towards passing, if even slightly. Just wanted to throw that out there.
All right. He's thought to not be a slot guy, though. And Beasley was slot exclusively, and Bell does take plenty of snaps on the outside. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think of Skylar Bell. I know that he was one of the guys that I liked as a mid to late round idea. There's production. He's got just that, like the production element. Sometimes one of our conversations we had this year about soccer is how scouting is all about traits over skills. And that can creep into a lot. And I don't know about Skylar Bell's traits versus his skill/production. His production profile is fantastic. He was great in college and put up big numbers, so there's lots to like. But what can he do? Can he get open? Dig into Matt Harmon's reception-perception breakdown of Skylar Bell here for a minute, because like if you're not a man beater in college, you're likely to not be a man beater in the pros. Now, Bell has a decent number there, not great. He's still below the 50th percentile, but he took reps at all positions. His route tree is, not a lot of great success vertically. There's thought to be some verticality to his game. Bean I think he downplayed that a bit. So, correctable problems, could be an off-ball Z receiver. These are what Matt Harmon has to say about him. Like, he runs away from defenders. So, there are things to like. I think he's, Beasley. One thing about Beasley, I'll just bring this up again one more time because Cole Beasley was the short yardage guy in this offense, right? Everybody knows that. He was not that often were throws to Beasley down the field. His average depth of target, this is Beasley. Beasley's average depth of target in his last season with the Bills, last full season with the Bills, was 5.6. Yeah, 5.6. And in his prime, it was 8 and 7.8. That was Cole Beasley's average depth of target as the short yardage guy. And now for the Bills this year, these last couple of years, average depth of target, I mean, this is no secret. People know this. Khalil Shakir's was 5.5 and 3.7. Am I getting Bell to more of the Beasley depth? 8 yards, 7 yards? Because this offense oftentimes looked like it was on a chain. It was on, like you're a dog on a leash. You're only going so far. And then Cooks really did unlock that. Brandon Cooks got open downfield. If I were to ask you the last 2 seasons of guys getting open downfield, picture all the throws that we saw. There's the occasional, there's Coleman in Miami late, the game they're losing by a lot. There's Cooks against New England, Cooks against Denver. I think I've got Mac Hollins in the AFC Championship game.
Catches.
Mac Hollins occasionally.
Right.
But, I think Cooks did it better than anybody had done it in 2 years. And he did it in, 6 games?
Yeah.
So somebody to do that would be valuable, of course.
I mean, how much did we, when that was happening, when he was starting to do that and make defenses at least pay some attention to an outside receiver in that way, I remember us having conversations about well, look at how much more this opens up for them. They just look so much, everything looks easier when you have that sort of overlying threat at all times, and they just have not had that for years now. And so, yeah, I mean, if that can be Bell, if that can be more, whoever it is, some combination of 2 or 3 guys, just to get that as a consistent threat is, I think, enormous, especially when you've got a dude with a rocket for an arm.
Yeah, one thing about Bell, to be excited about him, I think is justified, and it's the highest receiver they've drafted other than Keon Coleman in the entire Josh Allen era.
Right.
They haven't drafted a receiver higher. Coleman is the highest, and Bell is the second highest in the 4th round. So for us to be excited about that would make sense. Can you imagine if they drafted one in the 1st round? What we'd say? Wow. Oof. I mean, Coleman was the first pick of the 2nd round, but
sure.
I also don't want Bell to be, and he shouldn't be. This is another reason you should draft 3rd and 4th and 5th round receivers. I don't want him to be anything that would prevent them from making moves in that department next year. And I don't think he would be, but that's key here. We're not. It's one of the reasons that drafting Skylar Bell is a better idea than signing Josh Palmer to $11 million. Is because if it's not working, you're just all right, forget about that.
Yeah, see you later.
It's not worried about it. Whereas Palmer, he's going to lock in for 2 years and maybe then go. We'll see. Palmer can be a guy that we could forget about all year, and then with the presence of Moore, maybe get some better looks. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. I have an article in front of me I've been picking through during the break, and it is it's my dream come true of an article to be written. It is VAR is my mortal enemy and should be yours too. Brian Phillips at The Ringer. 4 incontrovertible reasons we should fire soccer's replay review technology directly into the sun. I mean, marry me. One more game for it to potentially ruin. One more giant moment for it to potentially become the big story because it ruins everything. Only one more. The World Cup final. His 4 reasons are good. They're sound. They're strong. Makes sense. I'll run through them quickly. Replacing smaller controversies with larger controversies. And he breaks down the Balogun red card. That was a red on review. What would have happened? The official would have just moved on with his life. And a week-long controversy that overtook the entire tournament because of VAR, because he had to make it, some sort of decision there, would have just been like, oh, it's fine. Meh, that's a pretty nasty yellow. Was it worth it? Nah. We all just move on with our lives. Arbitrary games with time. This is something that the NFL does not have a problem with. Right? The NFL, if you have a penalty or if there's a call that's missed and they snap the next play, you're not going back to revert that or to reverse that. In soccer, a foul at the other end of the field, 28 seconds later, they could still go back and review that. So that's another one, playing with time. Excessively cute about letter of the law, very good, and taking us all out of the moment. No notes, get rid of VAR. In every sport, get rid of replay in every sport. Terrible. 803-0550. Messi against Spain. What would this be like? It'd be like, trying to think of the hockey equivalent. It's, because
it's probably Crosby versus
Pittsburgh. Because that's the thing here. Like he played for
Barcelona.
He played for Barcelona, and is the best player of all time, and is a legend. And now he's going to try and win at the expense of presumably every Barcelona fan.
Right.
So is that? Boy, it just doesn't really work the same way in hockey.
No,
because it's very
different.
right. It's very normal for McDavid to play for. Well, if he played for an American team,
how about Matthews playing against Canada?
Sure.
That's as close as I feel like.
I guess Matthews beating Canada
right
while playing for the Leafs. It just feels like it's not close to the same.
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah,
and maybe because there's not an icon like Messi,
right,
to even have the emotions about. But yeah, even on the smaller scale, I don't think it quite works. There's no guy that's there's like Gretzky's not playing now, so like maybe it's Gretzky beating. It's impossible to even. You can't even frame it. That's how incredible he is.
Yeah, it's just not the same.
It's just not the same thing. He's a dynamo. It's incredible to watch him. It really is. It makes it feel like. So you're going to go back to Miami and just play for Inter Miami now?
Right. Have you seen the commercials for MLS being like, "Thanks for all this. We got it from here.
Yeah,
we'll take it from here." Like,
okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll tell you this, FC Buffalo's got a game this weekend, and we know like the USL trying to get off the ground here, and should you support your local soccer team or an EPL team? And I saw a little bit of discourse on that, and somebody wrote about, hey, stop rooting for Manchester United, root for the Columbus Crew, or whatever.
Sure, right.
To the obvious answer would be like, you could do both. Of course,
right.
You could do both. But to try and convince someone to not watch the top league is kind of tough.
It is.
Like, don't root for the Red Sox. You watch the Bisons. Like, well,
right.
Why do I have to pick between the two? Like, they're not competing against each other, and they're in the same universe, but I'm not about to just not watch the top level out of some point.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. You're not telling people in Savannah that are hockey fans to watch the Ghost Pirates instead of the Hurricanes.
Right.
It's just not. Like, I'm sorry. I appreciate you. I'll come to a game and I'll watch, but I'm not going to. It's just different. It's just a very different thing. And so, they've got to kind of come to terms with that.
Yeah.
Some way.
803-0550 is our number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Owen's here. Joe Kelly's here. Hanging out on a Friday, closer to our weekend. Reports that you can see the sun. Yeah? People see the sun. That's good. Air quality index right now in Buffalo, or where we are, Amherst, 182. All right. See that apocalyptic video of the boats driving away from the fire? Now, that is something. That is, yeah. That is something, he said. 803-0550. We're going to break in here on WGR.
As you were going through talking about, you think Kincaid's their best shot, I'm curious whether something can happen on the defensive line, whether it be a Walker breakout or an Ed Oliver in a new system. I think there's room for something there, for a new sort of flashier, more aggressive system to benefit someone on that line and sort of vault them into a new level. And that might not be something that we're all ready for or expecting from any of those guys, but it might be a side effect of a major philosophical shift on that side of the ball.
Yeah, without being mean about it, you would hope that eventually somebody on the defensive line becomes great.
Right.
Because they've poured assets into there again and again and again, to the point where, I don't know if yesterday you saw, there was a Disney character draft. The NFL was tweeting out pictures of Roger Goodell's teams drafted Disney characters, and the Bills drafted the Beast.
Right.
And my snarky joke was another defensive line pick, because let's hope it works.
Right.
So, yeah, whether it's T.J. Parker, Bradley Chubb, D.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Deion Walker, Dwayne Carter, on and on and on and on. Somebody, anybody, make a difference.
Absolutely. And to me, there's the most real chance of that happening outside of bringing in a big name this season because of all the change on that side.
So yesterday, we went through safeties. Jeremy Fowler's series of the top 10 at every position and how all these teams landed. All right, how many top 10 players did you get? And the Bills got 2. All right, well, how many does another team get? How many do these, Team X, Team Y, Team, what are they getting? What's their number? And when you compare them, there's a gap. And I guess the thing I wanted to get to today was, what about this year's team will be different? Why will it be different this time? Because for the most part, they changed coach. We know they changed coach and coordinators, but it's Josh Allen and good players. But on these lists of top 10 players, the Bills still are lacking. 2 in the top 10. By comparison, here's a list of teams that do not have Josh Allen, but do have a number of top 10 players. The Lions have 9 players that made the top 10, according to executives and coaches and scouts. The Bills didn't have 9 players named. The Lions have 9 top 10. The Eagles have 8. The Chiefs have 7. The Texans have 6. The Broncos have 5. The Ravens, Cowboys, Niners, Rams, they all have 5 in the top 10 of their respective position. That's quarterback, running back, tackles, interior line, defensive end, all the positions that Jeremy Fowler does. I feel like this Jeremy Fowler, this series, this piece has, for me, kind of overtaken the NFL's top 100 because Fowler's methodology seems to be better. He's asking executives and scouts and coaches, getting quotes, and, kind of lining them up. Whereas in the NFL top 100, the players are asked to write players down, and every year it kind of looks a little goofy, and maybe we shouldn't trust it too much. A bit of a popularity contest. So here are these other contending teams with more top 10 players than the Bills have players even mentioned for honorable mention or others receiving votes. And I don't think that's any sort of, death sentence for the Bills. It kind of has been the life they've lived for the last couple of seasons, right? If you go back 3-4 years, maybe they would get 4 guys in the top 10 of their respective position. Maybe, prime Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Trey White, they all make it. Maybe prime Matt Milano makes it. Maybe, a couple more here or there. Diggs, of course, would have made it when he's on the team. And now it's just down to Allen and Cook. The tackles are mentioned. Ed Oliver gets mentioned. And Connor McGovern's the other that gets a mention. From there, you're just not seeing a lot of guys that are top 10 at their position. So what will be different this time? And I guess the other question is, how different does it have to be?
The new stadium is crazy, honestly. Like the analogy that I give it, it's like a Tesla truck in the desert. So we got a little cheat code there, and it's a big energy push where it doesn't feel like just the same old, in and out, in and out, in and out. Because, every year, and we come super close. And it gets stressful. It gets mentally draining, right? And now we have this brand new stadium where it's just like we got something else to really carry, and this might be that push, and that stadium might just be like what it needed. Who knows what energy was attached to that old stadium that wasn't letting us get over. But new stadium, new whip. Look, we got new tires, man. Let's spin them.
Deion Dawkins on Good Morning Football. New stadium. 3 weeks from tomorrow. Our first, Pete Welly told us today that it had some people in there for an event last couple days, which I'd heard about that as well.
Yeah. How exciting do you think that is for the guy, like for the players themselves?
Oh, it's got to be.
It got to be fun, right?
I mean, they're probably thrilled about being on grass.
That's definitely true.
And then I also think that we will be blown away to realize how dark the old stadium was at night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty dark.
Yeah,
it was dark.
You kind of can't see the field.
Right.
And by comparison, like when they have their night game, that's the opener this year against the Lions. Like that'll be our first look at a night game because the Blue and Red's not at night, and the preseason games are also not at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should I double check that?
Here, I'll check it.
The Blue and Red might be teetering on.
I don't think they're going past sunset.
No?
No. Steelers Bills is 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Will it get dark? It's August 27th. When's sunset? August 27th. Here we go.
8:30?
The lights will go on. Sunset on August 27th is 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
So the lights are going to go on.
Well,
all right. Well, then we'll see it at night in the Carolina game's at 1 o'clock. The Steelers game is 7 o'clock. That's their first chance to really, test out those kind of systems.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's going to look like a pocket sun in there with all
pocket
that.
sun.
A pocket sun.
Mm-hmm. If it's going to be that bright. I'm intrigued to just, you hear Sal Capaccio and all those guys who took the tour with all the audio stuff. Like, it just sounds like it's going to be such an upgrade. I'm very excited to see. Are you going to get into the Blue and Red scrimmage?
Oh, I'll be there. Yeah. I mean, I plan to. I've got tickets.
Yeah, right.
So I hope to.
I think it's going to be years long process of fully wrapping ourselves around the reality of having a building like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing like that here. Anywhere here. It's going to be the nicest building within, I don't know,
out
Toronto.
Yeah. It's like the Albright Knox is 1, and then this is now 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be really, really impressive and overwhelming almost at first for everybody that gets in there and is like, wow, this is, couldn't be more different. And so I'm curious what that side of it is like as a locker room stuff.
I'm eager to hear what opponents have to say about it too.
Yeah.
The experience, how it's different now.
Right. With the fans,
And
is it louder?
I think it will be significantly louder.
Oh, 100%.
Significantly louder. I know we thought the stadium was loud before.
I think we were loud. The stadium was whatever. I think now the stadium is going to be loud.
I think that the number of people wearing earplugs will go up.
Right.
Sure.
Just deciding I'm going to go and scream my head off, and I'm also going to wear headphones.
Yeah.
Or earplugs. I think it's going to be crazy loud.
If you
really
thought it was loud in the old one, open air, this is going to just be an echo chamber.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for the whole ordeal. Is going to be sweet.
I watched a little video on some of the design stuff for it. It's fun. It's, of course, inspired by the Tottenham Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. But also, they have Kleinhans elements on there, Buffalo stuff. So it's pretty cool.
803-0550. One quick thing pointed out by Jason Gregor, who is a host of Daily Face Off and on 1440, the home of the Tom Gazzola Show. Where is this? This is Edmonton, maybe? Sports 1440? Hold on. I'm clicking 10 clicks to tell you where this guy. It's Edmonton. It's Edmonton.
Okay.
A quirk of the NHL schedule. Call it a quirk. Call it anything you want. But the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh, I saw this too.
You did see this?
Yeah.
So there's how many back-to-backs you're playing versus your opponents. And how often you're playing a team on a back-to-back. So the Sabres have 14 back-to-backs. That's second in the league only to Pittsburgh. I do think it is an inevitable built-in, if you play in the northeast corner, you should have more back-to-backs. You have significantly less travel.
Right.
Like Edmonton and Calgary should not have a lot of back-to-backs.
No, they
and Dallas, they go too far. You travel a lot less, you're going to get some back-to-backs. But the flip side of that is how often a team will play against a team that is coming off of a back-to-back. And Jason Gregor in Edmonton pointed out that for the Montreal Canadiens, that number is 19 times.
Yeah.
19 times they play a team that has played the night before.
And the Sabres are at 10,
10
I believe.
times. 10 times.
And the lowest is 7?
19.
That's a lot. That's a significant schedule advantage.
It sure
100%.
It certainly is.
That is no joke. I'll tell you, I used to play the whole schedule when I was in the North American League was weekends, and you would play back-to-backs or 3-and-3 nights. And that second game is a very different hockey game. It just is. And the same thing applies to these guys at this level. And, if you're a team that's rested, the thing about that was we were playing the same team over and over again, so it was the same amount of rest. But this is not. This is you're getting a team tired, you are rested, and now you get to try and jump on them. And that's a really significant thing. I would be stunned if they don't win 75% of those games.
Yeah.
That's the kind of rate that you're talking about. And that can, that's a lot of points in the standings. So I'm curious. I'm very curious how if that sort of stays as a thing that people think about or becomes a thing that people think about, I should say. I don't know that people really think about it that much other than us right now.
Well, it depends on, like you said, their standings. If they're really pushing at the end and they're up there, that's going to get pointed out for sure.
Right, if there's 4 games at the end where they're like, oh, you're getting Chicago on the second half of a back-to-back at home. Oh, great. That's awesome. Free 2 points. That's sketchy. That's what that is.
803-0550, the phone number if you want to give us a ring, and 1-888-552-550. I don't have the TV on here because Joe turns the TV on every morning.
Out of practice over there? Yeah.
And it's kind of a thing where, I could probably turn the TV on. I'm not here to tell you I don't know how to turn it on. I'm sure I could figure that out. But over the course of, we've been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I just looked for this thing. I don't have the golf on.
Right. No.
Because Joe turns the TV on when we get here. So,
miss you, Joe.
Yeah. Get well soon. He's not sick. He's fine.
Wonder how he's doing. If he's even started yet.
Maybe. I did see an interesting tweet. Speaking of golf, I like this tweet. You guys can decide if it's nonsense or whatever it is. But it was just some random golf account tweeting something about breaking 100 versus breaking 80 versus breaking 90. And it's, a one-size-fits-all thing. But it basically said breaking 100 is a swing issue. Breaking 90 is a short game issue. Breaking 80 is a game management issue. And breaking 70 is a mental issue. Mm-hmm. Those are, I think the count was called Caddyshanks, whatever. And I just kind of like that. Whether or not it's, it's not exactly science. It's just like a, think of it this way. And I think, sure, all of it is related to swing.
Right.
But once you get the swing, you can, break 100 easily.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I don't mind it either. Breaking 90 is a short game issue. Breaking 80 is a management issue. And 70, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, I don't know, because I break 90 now pretty much every time I play, and I'm not sure I have a very good short game.
You must. Well, hold on. Absolutely. Full stop. I don't know anybody that makes more putts from inside of 7 feet than you.
Okay.
You make more putts that are knee knockers for other people than anybody I play with.
Well, that's the best compliment I've maybe ever received.
Oh, it's annoying. I hate it.
It is.
It's absolutely demoralizing when playing against you. I'm like, all right, I'm in good shape. He's got a good 8-footer here to say he made it.
I do.
What the hell?
A lot of times where but what does that tell you though? I'm not hitting it that close.
Doesn't matter.
I gotta drain these
Doesn't matter.
big putts that are scary. I don't like it either. They are knee knockers, but I make them for some reason. And I shouldn't because I don't practice putting very much at all.
No.
But I don't know that I have a very good chipping game. I have some shots that I'm comfortable with, but I'm not creative or
You're
very,
a lot better than you're giving yourself credit for. Whenever we go, I'm like, okay, this is where I want to end up being in a little bit. So, yeah, my dream is to break 100 currently. I like that though, the step by step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about breaking a number, if you are able to play, it took me years to break 90, a long time ago. But I would get close and never do it. And now, I'm kind of like you. Most rounds are going to be under 90 if I'm having a decent day. And now I just shoot a score. I would never have dreamed shooting before. So,
right.
Not that I'm even that good, but I really do think so much of it is mental. You break 100 one time, Joe Cali, you'll break 100 5 times in your next 10 rounds.
Yeah.
You'll just, once you do it the first time, it's now you just do that.
Yeah, you just know that you can now and you're freer.
It's just different.
There's yeah. That's why when we were talking about the morbid statements from the golfers, I think that is really because they have to know how to offload pressure off themselves.
Yeah.
Because it's such a mental game of there's all this stuff. I'm the only guy doing this. This game is so hard. So much can go wrong.
Right.
And I've got to be perfect.
Right.
And that's extremely difficult. So those guys have to be able to just eject that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're asking, do you care about your legacy and what people will think of you 100 years? Actually, what I'm trying to do is get up and down from this terrible lie.
Right. I'm trying to not shank it.
I don't have time for that.
Exactly. I can't think about my great grandkids' opinion of my strokes gained on the greens.
We own a private island. Do you feel like you should have won one more Open Championship?
Right.
I don't know. Gramps seemed to be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
We did all right.
803-0550. We'll get Extendo Sports in and then pass you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. As I get ready for the start of this training camp, I'm doing at camp the same thing I did the off season, the same thing I did the off season before, which is just really desperately looking for a player to appear to be one of the best at their spot. And I think the Bills have a couple of, as we mentioned, honorable mentions that have a shot at this, but who's it most likely to be? I've got one name in Christian Benford because he's probably near the top 10-ish. Certainly warrants an honorable mention, even though he didn't get one. He's close as it is. Maybe a little more attention. Maybe that happens. But maybe the biggest name here, the biggest what if, the biggest talent thing that could really spring for the Bills is one that I think we all agree has the potential. And we all also agree and say, well, if. And that's Kincaid. Kincaid is mentioned as an honorable mention, close to the top 10, might have been 11 or 12 in Jeremy Fowler's list. And the only thing holding him back, of course, the only thing is the durability. The only thing is, can they get him on the field? So for me, my quickest avenue to getting a player that looks like he's not quite Josh Allen level, but James Cook level. Cook was 7th among running backs. and this is ranking season, so you kind of got to go with me on this. But if you're thinking about the players that can get into the top 10, who's on the short list? And who does it for you? For me, it's Kincaid. The Lions, I mentioned, have 9 top 10 players. Laporta's on that list. Laporta in year 1 looked like this incredible revelation. Holy cow, I can't believe the Bills have Kincaid and Laporta's out here doing amazing things. And then, since then, he's settled into a nice, really good young tight end role that feels like Kincaid should also have the same exact kind of career arc. And the Bills have used Kincaid efficiently. I suppose efficiently is the word. They've used him, and he's been very good. He's just not on the field. And I wonder how much they can get him on the field when he is healthy, too. But when he's out there, it does work. So that's a good sign. Will America watch a third-place game? It's a great question, isn't it? England-France is a great matchup. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock.
I want to know who's playing. That will probably...
Is Mbappe going to play?
Yeah, that's the question.
If he doesn't play, then I'm like, well, then I'm not.
Don't you think he will because he'll want to score?
I would think so.
And for the all-time record for goals at the World Cup, third-place games do count.
They do.
Right. I want to see Bellingham and Kane and Mbappe and all of them. If not, then I'm going to be a little annoyed and probably not watch. But
would they not? Because doesn't the season start up pretty soon here, the Premier League season?
Yes.
Would they be worried?
I think that what you've seen, if you're a Premier League fan, is you're hoping that your players and their injuries aren't that serious.
Yeah.
And this is a very small point, niche point I'll make. This is why when you think you can win the title in any sport, and you're like, well, we'll be good for a long time. It's okay, we lost. We'll be back. You never know when you'll be back. We got a window here. William Saliba, who plays for France and left the game early for France, is Arsenal's center back who's super important. Did I see he's out for months?
Oh.
Cool.
Oh. That's tough.
He's out for months. Saka's hurt. Declan Rice,
Rice is
this tournament took a lot out of players, and your team might be missing an important guy. I don't know if that's totally. I gotta check. Maybe it was somebody just trolling
Being
about
a-
Saliba
yeah.
being out for months.
Right.
But that'd be a massive loss, and thank goodness they won the title last year because you never know what's going to happen. When you're in windows, go for titles.
No doubt.
Why don't we see if we just slow play it this year? Like, no. Am I speaking to any sports team that you might know of? No. No. Of course not.
I'm hoping the Spurs land Balogun.
He could be going to the Premier League, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it.
LeBron says he won't keep us waiting much longer. That's making us wait longer.
Tell us now, then.
Announcing it won't be much longer means it's going to be longer.
We're officially in Aaron Rodgers territory now, 100%.
It's fine. People seem, if you're reading the where's he going to go, I'm seeing a lot of Philadelphia leans right now. Like maybe it's Philly.
Right.
His Cleveland chapter is over. His Miami chapter is over. Philly. 2 bites at the apple in Philly. Stay for 2 years. Would that be interesting? Sure.
I don't know.
So some Washington fans holding out hope. The Wizards
Right.
from a tweet from 2012.
Yeah.
They're hanging on.
Hang on. What else is going on this weekend? We've got the Open Championship, the World Cup Final. How many people to watch the last World Cup Final, the 2022 World Cup Final?
Ooh. Huh. I want to know that, and then we should guess what this year's will be.
Yeah. Viewership. Quick draft. I don't know.
I'll bet it goes up a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be higher than 4 years ago.
I think the USA, despite their flame out ending, did some work this year with, getting people excited about it. And even me, as a guy that got into it this year, I'm even more so sort of immersed in it now.
Right.
After watching, 2 months of this awesome football.
Last World Cup Final in the U.S., it was about 17 million on Fox and another 9 million on Telemundo.
Okay.
So 26 million in the U.S. for the 2022 World Cup Final.
I'm gonna guess 35.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Might be bigger. The other thing to note here is that globally, the World Cup Final last time around was France and Argentina. Was 1.5 billion people watched it.
Whoa.
And didn't Argentina have a 2-0 lead and France scored 2 late?
Yes, they did. Mbappe scored both.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my gosh.
And then Argentina still
and then
won.
Argentina won in penalties.
Yeah. Well, no rematch this year. Argentina against Spain is coming up. All right, we're out of here. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. We'll be back Monday.